Okay. I think we're back in business after a very annoying day now. This is actually like mad annoying. So I really am inspired. I'm just dead ass getting a computer now, I swear. Like, so annoying. Laptop's not going to cut it anymore. Or I just need to straight up get a nice laptop and then get a desktop at like a later date. So thank you to anybody watching this back. If you're looking at like, yo, what is this guy talking about? It's because today's just been a day of technical difficulties. It's crazy. So just going to keep riding the waves though. Yes, Calvin, thank you for being here. Ken, September, I apologize if you left. Thank you though for trying to be here. But I think the best thing to do at this point is just run through some numbers, right? I'm just going to focus on the numbers. I'm not going to do too many things. My computer does not want to cooperate today. So here's the boy, right? Ryan Cohen with the blue shells. Does he have a blue shell opportunity today? Maybe if there's something like fancy in store that we're not anticipating. That would always be exciting, right? But I think we're going to have to see. I think we're going to have to see. And remember, it really is a long term game. So I think it's important to always have like a long term perspective. If you're an investor, trading is short term. To me, investing is like buy and hold, like very, very long term mentality. That's like true investing. If you can have a time frame or a certain period of time you want to be in a certain stock, that's fine. But to me, that's trading. That's the difference there. So I just think this picture is funny. I don't even know where I found it. It's just been in my files, so I was like, let me just open it. But yeah, no, I literally had the desktop set up. I wonder if I could just upgrade the GPU or what. I'm not good with the terms. I'll be honest with you guys. But I was trying to look at the settings on the desktop, and I couldn't really find, like, or well, I did find, but it was like there's no update available. So I guess if you replace it, I don't know. But Jackson's, thank you for being here. Yeah, so let's just go to the numbers, right? So here's where I had some stuff. So these are my earning estimates last time. So, take what I say with a grain of salt. And, I think everyone can make their own estimates. I've said that a bunch of times in the past, and I'll say it again because why not, right? Like, it's something you can do, it's something to just stay in touch and stay on top of everything. So, net sales factors, obviously retail spending, consumer expenditure spending, GameStop Pro, and obviously new games coming out. This was like just a general list I'd put together previously. New game launches. So cost of sales, inflation, type of goods sold. This one is most important, I would say. Inventory efficiency. So that's not necessarily infecting like cost of sales directly, but I guess I mean inventory efficiency more so in that those items that are going to actually sell are the inventory they're keeping, because if you have items that aren't selling and they're sitting on the shelf for a long time, inevitably you put them on clearance and then you don't turn a profit. So the revenue you bring in, the cost of sales might be equal or more in the scenario it's been going down, down, down on clearance. So obviously that's, retail strategies, and I have a little bit of experience with that in my time at Marshalls, where basically I would have to, I don't get to choose when to mark it down, but there was a markdown team when they were my department. They're like, okay, well, guide them to the most important areas first, like whatever hasn't been selling. So if we've been selling less colognes, I had to send the markdown team when they came to do the men's department to the colognes department first, and then a lot of them would mark down. It was all based on like a time schedule. Like they have a whole system in place for it, and something I've been saying a lot lately, and I think it really is just important though. GameStop didn't have systems like that in place, I don't believe, prior. So I think it was a lot more just we have merchandise, it's there. I'm sure there's plenty of things that sat on the shelf for a long time. Whereas now you see them push clearance and used games a lot, both higher margin categories. So especially like the resale games where they buy them off people and then resell them. That's high margin. And then them actually marking things down and like promoting clearance more and then giving like additional 5% off to pro members, it helps them like churn through the inventory and get rid of anything that's left on the shelf and really get to that next chapter in terms of whatever the next cycle of items is or next shipment. They need more of this, more of that, and then also they can see by region. So I'm not saying, also to be very clear, that doing that is just going to make them big profits. Like, whoa, it just makes a gazillion dollars, right? But these small things I think matter when you have the right team in place to execute. Like, it's really all the difference, the people running the company and like the company culture. And yeah, we've seen a little bit of churn. since Ryan Cohen's been involved, and oh this, oh that, but he's there on the ground floor, boots on the ground, right? And he's bought in twice since prior to everything that since his initial purchases, which were prior to January 2021, and I would say where the saga really, just took off. So he's truly, money where his mouth is and like aligned with what's actually happening. So I think that's just a great confidence booster. And you also look at what they've done in terms of managing capital since his time there, and look at guys like Larry Chang and Groob, who are both from time at Chewy. And I don't know why this stupid thing keeps coming on my desktop. I gotta get this off here so it doesn't start distracting me. But thank you guys all for popping in. Thank you for anybody who's watching this back. But yeah, I mean, ideally 335. I said maybe 330 now. I'm gonna say ideally 320, 315, let's say 320, but maybe it's 315 or 325 right now. So the same quarter of last year, I think, is definitely going to be more. So yeah, they probably will recognize an expense under SG&A related to IMX. It's still a $43 million liability on the balance sheet. So that's something, I think that's off the books by the end of Q3. And then I know in Q3 they're also going to be, they mentioned that there's a transaction related to store closures in Europe where they're selling some property and there'll be a gain recognized, for a sale that's expected to close in Q3. So that's something to just kind of look forward to and, put some potential there for Q3 in terms of profitability. But again, we still do have this IMX expense for the milestones where the IMX tokens are granted. Yeah, so asset impairments, I had just throwing that on there because I had to do a little more follow-up research on it. Didn't get to do that yet, but that's all right. I'm not too worried about that. That's not like a main thing I'm looking at here. So, around 35 million. This is what I've kind of originally said. Maybe they're going to get a loss of like 25 or 35 million on the bottom line. Hopefully, on the lower end of that, and it's like a single-digit net loss, like 9 cents per share loss, maybe 8, 7. I think that'd be a pretty good improvement, and I'm really just being cautiously optimistic because, as you can see from my Q1 estimates, it wasn't the same. So I think I'm gonna adjust my SG&A estimate to maybe 329.9, and then I'm gonna say top line revenue 1.19. These are just gonna be like my official like estimates, right? Just for the stream and like because earnings are literally about to be reported. So we'll just see what happens. Why not throw numbers on the screen, right? Like take this with a grain of salt. Write down your own numbers. I'm just saying as like other numbers, and I'll show you some of what I was mathing through before, so I could always change it. So Ken, I don't believe there's a call because in the earnings announcement here, there's no earnings time for the earnings call, nor is there like a phone number to call, and usually there's something to dial in. And then if you go to the filing, sorry, not the newsroom, and then, okay, I'm bugging it out. But if you go to the newsroom and you look at their announcement for announcing Q1 sales, ooh, this is the actual announcement. But when they were saying, yep, announced release date for first quarter, this is when we're going to do it, they mention information about the conference call. So that's where it seems like they're most likely not going to do one. But is that a situation where it's like, boom, we have a big thing in the report? Or is it just Ryan Cohen doesn't speak much and he's just going to keep the mysterious vibe of himself and then just let the company's results do the talking? Which I think, this is the time. I've kind of been saying this in the past where this is a time of controversy for them where I think Ryan Cohen has the opportunity to prove himself to a lot of people and a lot of haters out there as a whole with GameStop and everything, right? That he's the man people say he is, or he's so negative for GameStop. He's the meme king, right? As CNBC put it. And certain ways people spin things, right? And then you have people who do believe he really can drive success. And I think he was really successful with Chewy, and what he did there is just incredibly special. And that really stands out to me. But now is the time where he can prove I'm that guy. Like, I'm the leader that can pull them through this tough time, or this time of, oh, is GameStop really going to do this turnaround? They've been talking about it. Like, it's been going on since January 2021. All these people and like AMC, BBBY, this and that. It's all the same. It's the next GME. Like, all these stories, right? It's like, but is GameStop really different? Like, I truly believe it is. Don't get me wrong. But I'm saying to the outside world, of people that haven't really read into the differences amongst all the companies and really read detailed into things, in my opinion, right? Like, everyone can think whatever they want at the end of the day. But when you look at GameStop, its balance sheet, and just financials and company as a whole, I think, now is the time where they really just, over the next few quarters, really show what they're made of and really show where everything's going and how they're capable to be sustainable even in a potentially fragile economy. And some people are saying that's why they're not really utilizing their cash. They see a crash coming, because you also have to think valuations fall during a crash, so they may have the opportunity to actually acquire something. I know we were talking about Super League Gaming last night. Someone had mentioned it in the chat, and it basically was like, yeah, the valuation is literally like ridiculously low, like 10 million. And if you look back, right, there was a rumor. Oops, Super League Gaming. Yeah, right here. There was a rumor. I think it was like March 2021, or we're really going to see on the chart here. It's very obvious. So nothing in a long time. Yeah, March 2021. That GameStop was going to acquire them. Imagine their valuation when it was at $7. Now at 11 cents, it's at 7.9 million. So imagine, and from just a glance here, they don't have any debt. I don't know how true this is, just Yahoo Finance pulling data. I would have to actually look at their financial reporting if I truly want to know that. But, even if they spent double, right? Let's say they spent 16 million on this, like, that's pretty interesting. But to look what they do, it kind of sounds like it's in line with it. And then the risk to reward in terms of it seems very low. But then also, you have to look at their expenses, like what are they going to be compensated, and what happens to the employees that are already involved. And there's a lot of different logistics with an acquisition possibility. But imagine they had actually bought it initially when people thought in like March 2021. That's kind of my point, as some of these other names like potentially struggle or valuation falls. If GameStop finds a way they could integrate it in their business, then it becomes like, oh, okay, maybe this is actually something they could buy. So potentially, we'll have to see. Do you ever read Bernard Zambonen's articles? I look up Bernard, the only journalist who's bullish and writes about DRS. I think so. I think I've like glanced over his articles a little bit, so I'll have to see. I think it was on the GameStop one. And by the way, oh my gosh, so AMC today, we barely even talked about that. Do a separate one for that. It's actually crazy. And to me, the most insane part is they didn't even necessarily. Oh my gosh, 33.99%. Like, every time I look today, it's literally lower. Like, I actually do feel bad at this point, and I actually wish I shorted it or like bought puts, because Adam Aaron is just straight up driving the company into the ground, and like they kind of have no choice. But at the same time, it could have been improved sooner, right? Maybe things you could have did initially. Upon a lot of people like it, and whatever way you want to look at it. But damn. That's crazy. I didn't realize it was that low today. And convenient, it's on like the day GameStop reports earnings. I mean, think what you want about that, but it's just like, of course. And pre-dilution situation, AMC would literally be at like 90 cents right now. It's absolutely nuts. So, oh man, and it's just horrible to see. It's very unfortunate. It's crazy. It's crazy. And guys like Morantz, and I mean myself, like a lot of people have been saying, like, it's unfortunate, about a name like AMC, what's happening, but just reality is there's not like a real investable thing here, unfortunately. But it's crazy. I didn't realize how low it was today. GameStop's starting to get a little momentum going into the after hours. I mean, we're not quite there yet. We still got like an hour and 20 minutes, so we got some time. But really, you can see the difference in market cap, and it really seems like this is officially the decoupling. Like, the dilution's too heavy. But what I was going to say real quick with AMC is that you don't even necessarily know they're diluting today. So I looked at the filing when I first woke up this morning. So they announced plans to sell up to 40 million shares. They're just selling. They're not saying their plans, not even they're necessarily doing it yet. So it's not even that they're necessarily issuing shares to the open market today. I guess if I read the fine print, theoretically they could. And like, look how it's just literally crashing to like new lows, like on the screen right in front of me right now. It's pretty crazy. But Yeah, what does an acquisition go under? SG&A. No. So I would have to check on that September, but I know on the cash flow statement it would be under investing activities. Are you airing the call for us, Mr. Nimbus? Yeah. What September said, and thank you for being here, though. Yeah, I think there's no call. If there is, I mean, I'll try and play it. I don't know if I'm technically allowed to, but also, I don't think there is going to be a call, unfortunately. So, just going to try and read the report line by line and just see if there's anything interesting there. I'm getting very fired up. Got like 3 coffees today. This is coffee number 3, but I don't sleep well sometimes, so just gotta get fired up in the morning. Just couldn't sleep yesterday. I was trying to sleep. I was like, oh my god, earnings. Nah, not like that, but just doing things, living life, getting organized, all that stuff. All these different things. And it's crazy the world we're in. Outside of like GameStop, there's such a busy world, right? Like, I mean, obviously it's a busy world with GameStop and numbers as a whole, but it's nice to be able to like focus on something and do something that's like I know my perspective on it, and then it's not like just a complete world of noise. But I mean, in a way, it is because that's what financial media is, just lots of noise. And the news as a whole, it's all just craziness. But let's see what the articles say on the headlines. Let's see. Um, are you airing the call for us? Oh yeah, no call. Word. Pour over. Yeah, maybe I'll pour up with a beer. If it's a good earnings report, I'll switch to some beers, some brews. Nah, I'm just kidding. But so you're moving a lot of coffee. Nah, I'm chilling, Ken. I'm all chilling. All is well right now. But yeah, nah. I mean, also like I'm just chilling. I'm sip this third one nice and slow. But yeah, I would just love coffee so much. Kind of probably not the best habit, but today's the day to be a little hyped up, right? Why not? So GameStop stock dips ahead of earnings 14 minutes ago. Let's see what they say. Shakes up payment for trade tracking system. Oh, this just fell off my desk. The ring. But SEC shakes up. Okay, what does that have to do with it? Anything else? GameStop earnings on deck. A C-suite exodus raises strategy concerns. Let's see. Unveiling GME's value. Is it really priced right? A comprehensive guide. Let's see. Let's see what these articles say, just for fun. An in-depth timeline for the GME short squeeze. Nah, this is from a few days ago. Yeah, I thought I saw one where that was actually like, oh yeah, like how many shares are directly registered, or someone tweeted it out. Let's see, what was AMC at? Oh my gosh, it's actually crazy. Is AMC gonna literally close like down 40% today? And can GameStop possibly go green? Pretty crazy. Definitely a strange day, right? I mean, who would have thought I'd wake up and AMC's falling a ton, and I really thought it would be pulling down GameStop like a 7% down type of day. So, does that mean something? Maybe, sorta, kinda. I don't know. We'll have to see, right? We got 1 hour and 17 and a half minutes. I don't know why I couldn't do math there for a second. Is it 17 and a half? Oh yeah, exactly 1 hour and 17 and a half. Boom. Okay, so should I do Alexa, start a 1 hour, 17-minute, and 20-second countdown?
1 hour, 17 minutes, and 20 seconds.
Okay. So now we know we can make sure that everybody's listening, including Alexa. But let's see what we have here. So that'll be a timer later for when everything goes down. Wall Street Journal. Trash. All right, stock market. GameStop dips. Oh my god, totally choking over my words there. GameStop stock dips ahead of earnings. Shares of GameStop dipped early trading Wednesday ahead of meme stock retailers' earnings report. I like how they use that as like an adjective always, like the meme stock retailers' earnings report scheduled for after the close. The stock was recently off more than 2% to a bit under 19. The shares finished Tuesday in positive territory for the year, up 4.2% after a 4.4% gain to the 19.23 per share. Here's what the Wall Street is looking for in GameStop's results. And we can't see it because we're not paying it. Who actually pays for Wall Street Journal? I mean, is it cheap? Possibly. So people are like, whatever, but probably not. Probably not. What's up, family? Abe, good to see you. Good to see you. Thanks for popping in. GameStop, the meme stock Video game retailer, which has had 5 different CEOs over the past 5 years, will publish its second quarter earnings after the close of trading. So that's a very dramatic headline, and it's really been only two over the past like 3 years now. And if you count Sherman before, that was the very end of like 2 years ago, or no, that would be like almost 3 years ago. So it's interesting, how they write that headline. It's just classic. It's just classic, I mean, it's kind of common with GameStop at this point, but so be it. Shares move lower Wednesday ahead of the video games retailer's second quarter earnings close at a bell. GameStop, which has registered only 2 profitable quarters in the past 3 years. I like how they just pick and choose these like random statistics. Even as the 2020 meme stock craze lifted the stock markets, the groups, I can't know why I can't read today. I'm just like making up words in my head. Lifted the group's market value to more than 21.4 billion. Is expected to post a loss of 14 cents per share for the 3 months ending in July. Group revenues are forecast to be largely flat to the year at 1.14 billion, despite myriad attempts to reboot the group's business model to include the sale of NFTs and introduction of crypto-based payments. Not really like crypto-based payments. I mean, yeah, they're saying that in reference to the wallet, but again, just dramatically written and just very picky choosy with what they're writing about. GameStop wasn't held and it hasn't held an analyst call in more than 2 years. Said earlier that spring that it would further explore quote unquote strategic options, including further store closings and the exit of unprofitable businesses over the coming months. GameStop has also weathered a notable exodus, is that what that word is? Exodus of top executive talent, with CFO Diana Said Jahed resigning last month, just weeks after the outing of Matt Furlong, the fifth CEO of Depart, the Grapevine, Texas-based group over the past 5 years. Again, repeating the thing from the top. Billionaire investor and chairman Ryan Cohen, however, has stuck with the group, buying around 10 million worth of shares in June to take his overall stake to around 12%. GameStop were marked 1.75% lower in early Wednesday trading to change hands at 18.88 each, trimming the stock's 6-month gain to just 1.145. So yeah, someone was saying yesterday that there's a move priced in terms of options volatility that GameStop's going to move like 13, 14%. That's the expected move after hours. But damn, crazy AMC is literally still falling. It's getting close to that 40% number. Actually nuts. But I think we are probably going to see a pretty big move, unless it's like exactly in line with estimates. I think if it's just in line, like it could be negative, right? They'll say, "Oh, it's terrible. They're still, not turning a profit." And when I say they, I say like as in the market just reacting. But then again, after hours, if it's just better than expected, it's even a single negative digit, could be that 13, 14% move. But I think if they turn a profit, we're looking at a 20+% move. Potentially, right? Potentially. I mean, you don't truly ever know. And just because it makes that move initially, that's not even like what it will necessarily be in the morning. So you always have to think about that too. So, and also if you're long term, then different situation. Let's see. Thank you guys all for being here for real. Make sure I always have the all chat on to make sure I got everyone's messages coming in. I see negative banana just commented. Breaking. Tetron says GameStop dicks. Today we go green. Yeah, no, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to say that. I guess I am drinking too much coffee. I started tripping over my words. And honestly, guys, I'll be real with you. I'm just frustrated about all the time I spent to set up like everything with my desktop this morning, and then everything like I tried to do today didn't go as planned. But I blame myself still for not like waking up earlier, doing more. But GameStop reporting good earnings will make everything better. I'll be a lot happier. But also, if it's just some average earnings, it's not what we expect. I'm still in the long-term position type of deal. So it is what it is, right? And maybe there's a further opportunity to buy. And really, I'm just watching the balance sheet as the number one thing they're maintaining. And of course, I want to see a profit still for the full year 2023. But I really do think, there's potential for revenue to rise. So that's why I had this 1.19 billion number here. Say billion. That'll be the top line revenue estimate. And then the SG&A, we'll say 329.9. So what would that be percentage wise? My calculator wasn't working before. Let's see if it wants to work now. Damn, yeah, if I'm drinking mad coffee, gotta remember to hydrate. Always hydrate, for real. Drinking water is like so important. So simple, but like so important for real. And I feel like, there's two types of people in this world. Some that like drink like almost no water, and then some people that drink water like all the time. I mean, it's okay to, I'm definitely saying I'm not saying there's not anybody in between, but generally speaking, I feel like there's people who are just like, yeah, what about water? And then people that are like, yeah, like, gotta drink so much water. It's so important. And I feel like maybe that's mostly my family, like just extended family, where I feel like everyone just drinks either a ton of water or like no water. I don't know why. Something I've always kind of noticed. But 329.9 divided by 1190. So I got to put the billion into millions. So that'd be about 27.7% SG&A. I'm going to say 27.7% of revenue. So I think that'd be a pretty nice improvement. I had the screenshot up before. No, that's not it. Whatever. Regardless, I had. Oh no, it's actually over here. I think I had it in this tab, where I had written out the numbers previously about just one day. I just had some time, so I just went through and wrote out the SG&A percentage of net sales, the total SG&A from every single quarter over the past 5 years, and then also the net sales. Although it's not the cleanest look, but we can see last quarter was the lowest versus Q1 of the past couple of years. So that's really the number you're looking for overall. Obviously, you want to see revenue do well, but that's how I'm measuring SG&A relative to the revenue, or I'm trying to like correlate it to that. So if we get a similar percentage as the previous quarter that was just reported back in June, and that would be a great improvement from Q2 22 or Q2 21. And then keep in mind, Q2 20, it's like significantly higher. And this is about when Ryan Cohen takes over, right in here. So at first, it's kind of the same as it was. It's still slightly better, but now you're seeing it really start to come down percentage wise. But also, I wish I had put this in a chart like a normal person in the digital age we live in, because I could have sorted it then, showing like by each one. But maybe at some point I will, and we'll have to see what happens here with what's actually reported. So I had said, the estimates about this. So what I'm writing here kind of falls in line with that. So 329.9. So that would be 27.7% of its revenue. And then what would it be? 1.19 divided by 1. What was 365 last time? No, it was, what was it? Q2. 1 point, no, wrong one again. Back up, back up. 1.136. 136. So that would be, oh wait, no, it'd have to be the difference of that. Not mathing today. Oh my gosh. Or we could just look at here, because this would be 1.02%. Clear, clear, clear. 1.02 times 1.136. So that would be 1.15. So what did I put here? 1.19. So maybe something, and then I guess we could see though 1.136, 1.136. That would be billion in revenue from the same quarter of last year times a 4% increase. That would be 1.18. So I guess that's a little bit more reasonable. And then that's where you would want to multiply that number by 0.277. Oh wait, that would be, and then now I need to multiply it by 100 to get it back to millions. Should be, or it should have been multiplied by 1,000, but it would be 327.5 for this number now, I believe. Let me just double check that's correct. Always good to check your math. 327.5 or 0.5 divided by 1,180 because got to turn it to that. So yep, 27.7%. So that's my SG&A estimate, and that would be pretty favorable if, and this isn't the case that revenue increases 4% year over year. So that would be a pretty ideal scenario. So I guess you could say it as a rough estimate, but a lot of people have been saying some really good points as to why it could be a strong quarter. And Best Buy, for example, had literally in their earnings report that certain other categories that weren't doing well were offset by strength in gaming. And Nintendo reported doing well, I believe. I know Zelda sales have been really good. Starfield just came out. The NBA is coming out. NFL. All the new sports games are kind of coming out around this time. So I mean, those are more so things now that I just mentioned that are coming out right now. So that's going to be factoring into the current quarter, not the one that's being reported. But it's going to be interesting to see, was there actually that much more foot traffic? And I feel like, middle of 2022, a little bit tougher time for the economy, and just seems like also not as much stuff was coming out. So I feel like it's possible to see this 4% increase. But, this is a rough estimate. And in the event it's not, if I still did the same percentage of SG&A, then it would actually technically be a little bit lower. And if we do see 327.5 million SG&A relative to the same quarter, or sorry, not the same quarter, last quarter, that would be a pretty significant improvement overall. So, and it would definitely be the lowest for any single quarter over the past 5 years for every single quarter of SG&A, number wise, not percentage wise. So it's all relative to how you look at it. And when the numbers do come out, those are some of the things I'll be looking at and see how it kind of lines up. Because these are some other scenarios I was laying out before my computer was totally bugging out before. I don't know if anyone was on like the first stream. So I tried to run this like 3-4 times. I don't know what the heck's happening. Same thing yesterday. There was problems, but whatever. I gotta get a desktop. That's a side point. But on here, I was starting to run out some other scenarios. Just I was multiplying it and I was adjusting these numbers a bit. Again based on like percentages more so. So this is like that 2% increase. This is that 4% increase scenario. Even if it's in line, if cost of sales is in line, and then SG&A is lower, that's still an improvement year over year. Because that's really, I think, what it's still about, and what I'm going to be most satisfied with. And really, the only area of concern for me would be if it's not an improvement year over year, unless there's a scenario where there's something else in the report that impacts the numbers because they've made some kind of move in some shape or form. But we'll have to see. Wendy, what's up? Thanks for popping in. Good to see you. So, yeah, it's getting close, right? I mean, I wish I was streaming longer. I wish, whatever. Live and learn, right? That's what I'm trying to think more so now. Like, just live and learn. It's not to worry so much. And, like, because, once you start thinking, especially if you're live streaming, like, that's it. If you start thinking about, like, double, like, guessing what you're saying, I mean, obviously, I'm trying to make sure I know what I'm talking about. But if you start like second guessing yourself, like, oh, is that not making sense, or should I say this instead of this? Like, you just start doing that in the back of your mind. It's very hard to like keep speaking, So it's always important to just keep flowing. That's what I'm starting to realize with doing this stuff. And something else small we could always look for is the improved or increase in shares outstanding from restricted units because they're not issuing shares, and I don't imagine a scenario where they're about to. Look how little it increased, only by 3 million, or sorry, there's 300 million out there. So by only 300,000 shares, it increased since Q2 22 to Q1 23. But yeah, we have just about an hour. Let's see how AMC is doing. It's still falling, and then we'll go through this other baloney article and see if it's anything. 36%. Oh, terrible. It's literally at the 52-week low, days low. Recently experienced a daily gain of 4.4%. However, over the past 3 months, the company stock has seen a loss of 21.08. With the loss per share of 68 cents, the question arises, is the stock modestly overvalued? This article aims to provide in-depth valuation or in-depth analysis of GameStop's valuation, encouraging readers to delve into this subsequent financial assessment of the company. Sure, let's see it. Oh, okay. They got graphs and stuff. Are you a CPA? September? I am not. Maybe one day that'd be a cool thing to do, but I don't know if that's the route for me. I am still kind of trying to figure out where I want to take my career. Because I'm still 23, so I have a lot to figure out and just where I want to go with things. Actually, just took today off from work just because it's GameStop earnings. I don't want to get it stuck with a situation where all my days are stacked up. I'm not trying to do any big vacations until next year, so I'm saving money and just get my life organized anyway. So took today off, but yeah, maybe one day, um, I get some kind of certification, not for necessarily like doing YouTube, but for just bettering my knowledge. Like if it will simultaneously better my knowledge on YouTube and things I'm talking about here, and then it improves my career, I'm like, all right, I might just have to do it. As much as I can't stand any kind of school or like tests, I'll do it if I have to, right? If it means bettering myself. So not right now, but possibly one day. We'll see. Maybe I'll have a title. I'll be like on Twitter, like Tetron CFA, whatever, when how some people have it. But GameStop is a prominent multi-channel video game, consumer electronics, and services retailer in the US. The company has a significant presence across Europe, Canada, Australia, and the United States. GameStop sells new and second-hand video game hardware, physical and digital video game software, and video game accessories, primarily through GameStop, EB Games, Micromania stores, and international e-commerce sites. The company operates two main business segments: video game brands and technology brands. The technology brands segment sells wireless products and services and operates Spring Mobile managed AT&T and Cricket Wireless branded stores along with Simply Mac Business. What is it? The company brand segments sells wireless products and services, operates Spring Mobile. I didn't even realize that. Okay. Company's current stock price is $19.23, while its GF value is an estimation of fair value is 25.23, suggesting the stock is modestly undervalued. Oh, okay. I might have read it as overvalued before by accident. Just used to natural negative energy towards GameStop from the financial media. All right, let's keep reading. Understanding GF value. Let's see. GF Guru Focus. Historical multiples. Interesting. Fair value. GF value. Fair value of the stock should be traded at based on historical multiples. Guru Focus adjusted factor based on the company's past returns and growth and future estimates of the business performance. It seems like a pretty loose metric, but I want to see more of this here. Hardwares and accessories is 53%, software is 30.7, and collectibles 16.3. So that's as of the start of 2023. So that was from the Q4 report. That's how they took this. And interestingly enough, they wrote it down. But I guess it makes sense to do the last full year. And if you're factoring in yearly on a long-term basis. But the revenue, cost of goods is about 76.9. So I think that number is going to be about the same just because they do sell a lot of products, as they focus more on collectibles and generally across the board higher margin items. Percentage wise, maybe we can get this into the low 70s. But, the big thing to me is the overhead cost, mostly SG&A, and just consistently decreasing that and making it just really low overhead costs across the board in various different ways. So operating income, negative 308 million, and then pre-tax income was 202 million, net income down to negative 313 million after only 11 million of tax, negative 3.64% tax rate. All right. Then at this point for the full year, SG&A was 28.4. So that's for the year as a whole, because remember Q4 always beneficially impacts that. And it would be interesting to look at the SG&A for a whole over each of the last several years. I might have to do that in a future stream. I think I'm going to write that down actually, where I'll do something or just starting to scrape data. At some point I'll put it together, but SG&A by year, and then we can kind of make an estimate for 2023 as a whole, because we're going to be doing it by year. And then in the future, we could do 2024 estimate. But also, a lot can happen between now and then, that's for sure. Because, one thing GameStop's taught me, always expect the unexpected, expect the up and downs type of deal. So, and I think that's, with any stock and what the stock market as a whole has taught me. So, okay, so let's see. Financial strength. Before investing in companies, it's crucial to seek its financial strength. Companies with poor financial strength pose a higher risk of permanent loss. Great way to understand a company's financial strength, look at the cash to debt ratio and interest coverage. GameStop's cash to debt ratio is 2.01, better than 75.8% of 1,095 companies in the retail cyclical industry. The overall financial strength of GameStop is 7 out of 10, indicating fair value strength. But also, keep in mind, a lot of their debt is leases. It's not actually debt that they're paying this high margin rate on, or I'm sorry, this high interest rate on. Their only debt outstanding is literally 1% interest, and they're able to earn a lot on their cash, which, by the way, if you're curious, you'll see their balance sheet list cash and cash equivalents and then marketable securities. And further down here, it says that marketable securities are actually government treasury bills. So, it's not just any kind of random short term investments, it's not CDs, it's government treasury bills. So, it's basically a cash equivalent. But since it's under current assets, that means it's less than 1 year time frame. However, cash equivalents by definition is anything that's equivalent to cash, like such as a CD, a money market fund, or a treasury bill, with anything basically with a maturity of less than 3 months. So if they're buying 1 month T bills consistently and those have very high interest rates, or they're just keeping funds in money market accounts and things of that nature, as they're just keeping cash on their balance sheet, they're going to be earning the higher interest rates that we've seen with the interest rate hikes, even though it's not in marketable securities, because marketable securities is by definition, if since it's under current assets, things that are maturing outside of 3 months, but within a year. And then with that inverted yield curve, obviously that's providing the best yield. Whereas previously, maybe a company like decades ago, because we really even haven't had interest rates like this in forever. I mean, literally since I've followed money or finance at all, even in the slightest, I've never seen interest rates like this in my life. So it's definitely a new interest rate environment for me. And I think a lot of it are individuals. And there's a lot of people my age where I talk to, they don't even realize now you can actually earn money in a high yield savings account. They're like, is it a scam? I'm like, no, it's like a bank that's FDIC insured. And like, no, it's not going to make you rich. I'm not saying that, but you can earn something if you're keeping money saved up to buy a house or do your next vacation, whatever it is. You might as well accumulate interest. Like my brother, for example, has money put aside for school, and as he's going to pay it, he's paying it each like semester. His other cash is like accumulating interest now because he has to just wait to make the payment anyway, type of deal. Let's see. Treasury yields go burr. Yeah, exactly, Calvin. Let's see. Adam Tanium. For all the sales this guy is going to make, the simple truth is that the options market is projecting about 11.8% move by Friday, which basically either puts $20 on the upside in play or $16 on the downside. I remember last quarter we were arguing about 30. So 1 quarter later and we're down 30%. Some of this kid still thinks this company is somehow worth north of 5 billion. Right. He'll talk about it eventually. In the meantime, expect another 30% down between now and next quarter. Adam, thank you for being here. I love how you follow me so closely. That's so kind of you. But yeah, we'll have to see what happens, right? We'll let the numbers speak for themselves. I'm personally going to keep a long term viewpoint. If you're trading, I wish you best of luck in the short term. If you're long term betting against the company, definitely good luck. I think you're honestly going to need it because obviously I like the stock. But something I wrote down here previously is, are we going to see more marketable securities? Possibly, but the reason I mention it is because it would impact the cash flow statement if they purchase more marketable securities rather than having marketable securities that actually mature. So, since they're maturing, if there's actually more purchased than those that mature, then it's a situation where it'll actually negatively impact the cash flow. Then there could be articles like, oh, GameStop's cash flow is very, very negative. But free cash flow, you always have to look at the actual factors that are taking place. So, really the big thing to look at for me is what does like net income actually look like? I don't know what happened there. Get some water real quick. Let's see. Let's go back to Q2. So I wish I had the math still from before when I was running these numbers. So this is about a 2% increase. And let's do the math. Was the 853.8, assuming the same cost of goods, 0.02, 870. So that would be, I guess, a 1% increase. So in this scenario, it would be plus 2% for revenue. Blue. And then the would be, let's do 1%. 1.01 times 853.8. So it'd be 862.3. Blue. And that would be plus 1% to cost of goods. So that accounts for, slightly higher margin items, which, I think as a whole, they're going to continue to focus on that, but it's not something that you just necessarily can identify like, boom, this quarter right here, there's this big improvement on it. And it's also going to be in the long term about looking at like year by year. So that's why I think it'll also be important to look at what does SG&A actually look like on a yearly basis type of deal. And we're getting down to the wire here. We got like 50 minutes left, and then it will be time. So we're going to have to calculate this out again. So all these scenarios I'm kind of accounting for are, a low negative EPS. That's just slightly negative, right? Like probably 1 digit. I would think that's kind of my ballpark number. I'm thinking, 7, 8, 9 cents loss per share, something of that nature. But if there's a larger than expected SG&A cut and or higher revenue than expected, I think those are the factors that could put us over the edge here. Let's see, 862.3 or 1,158.8 minus 6 or 862.3. So now we would have 296.5. And then if we use the same SG&A as from before, other spot I started writing it out, what was it on Evernote? Then 327.5. It's about 27.7%. So it'd actually be a little bit lower even in this one because the revenue estimate is a little bit lower than this. And that's the other one I had on there because that was the 4% factor. Whoops, square. I didn't mean to do that. So that would be 327.5 divided by 1158.8. So it'd be 28.2% in that scenario. So that would be, like not as ideal, I would say. So if we see more like that 27.7 number I was using over there, which I think is, more possible because they are continuing to focus on cutting SG&A. And, Furlong's out, DJ's out, and they've definitely let other people go. You've seen on LinkedIn's, like a lot of those LinkedIn's that were put together. I think it was Linda Reel over from like Marantz's stream that had pulled a lot of the LinkedIn articles and collectively, or sorry, not articles, like the individuals who were working for GameStop using the data from LinkedIn. And you saw like all the hires they were making, or someone used to put that list together. But I think a lot of those hires are now actually having moved on. And some people might say like, "Oh, it's horrible," and you're like that other article I was looking at before, the C-suite constant turnover. But I think those are people that needed to put action into place, but now they really have to operate like nimbly and just extremely efficiently and just have that frugal mentality until they're really pushing forwards. And I think any company should have a frugal mentality, same as any individual. I'm not saying, can never spend a penny, but just have to like understand like managing the capital because a business really is just at a individual who's really wealthy, but just at an extremely massive scale with like lots of individuals to work for them. It's the same kind of deal. I mean, obviously it's not exactly the same, but if you think about it, a business, you know, it's not living and breathing person, but just the same way every individual has an SSN, every business has an EIN, right? So it all is formulated through that. But I don't know if that's the best explanation, but so let's do that. percentage at 27.7% again, which is what I'm looking for SG&A. That's why I'm using that number. Divided by the revenue. Whoa, one too many. 1158.8. So that would be 320 point. Well, if you round up, it'd be 321. Then that would give us 296.5 minus 321. Be negative 24.5. And then the most up-to-date shares outstanding is 304.5 shares as of Q1 23. So that's the number I've been using. Slide that over. Put it in blue. Boom. Divide. I encourage everybody else to do this too, because why not, right? You know, like why not make your own estimates and just continue to do your own due diligence? And I feel like it just helps you get better as like an individual. And you know, really everyone is on their own journey. Like that's really, I think something that gets kind of forgotten with like the people who think, oh, it's just those people who just like GameStop. They just like blindly follow it. They're not actually reading the numbers or anything. And I would argue that's completely not true, because if you look at the average individual who's invested in GameStop now versus 2021, they're very much more knowledgeable. And anybody who is just in it for a quick play in terms of just trying to make a quick buck on the way up, I don't think they're still in it at this point. I think that's just the bottom line. So you're my best salesman. I like the stock. Badass trader. Thanks for popping in. Good to see you. I like that you like the stock. Want to buy more? He does. I good. Moas, right? Somehow shorts get it. Ante, I like the balance sheet analysis. Keep it up. Thanks for being here, Ante. Yeah, you know, I'm just throwing out numbers, and you know, I know it's just very rough estimates, but I feel like this is how we can best try and understand. And then, you know, when the numbers actually do come out in 45 minutes, it could be like, okay, well, what was it actually year over year? Like, what did the percentages come down to? Bummed I can't deposit funds fast enough to buy puts on AMC. Yeah, September. Let's check AMC. Is it even lower now? Like, I can't even believe it. How low it's going. Yeah, this is just some baloney. So I'm Xing this out. My brother always cooks me. He's like, yo, why do you always have so many tabs open? Like, you're such an idiot. That's why your computer runs slow. So maybe I should start Xing out some of the tabs. But oh, yeah, that's crazy. It's just crazy. It just keeps going lower. It's like literally just a steady climb down. Like pretty remarkably unfortunate, to be honest. Because it's like there's definitely people who are just blindly in it, like, oh, it's a hype play, or like. But at the same time, like if you don't do your due diligence, like this is a harsh life lesson to learn, and it's just crazy to me though how Adam Aaron can get away with being like they're gonna eat crow and like all this baloney, excuse me, that he would tout on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it these days. It's just crazy. It's crazy. And this really is a decoupling, though, of AMC, GME. You know, look at AMC, look at GME's 1 month chart, and then, whoa, I don't know what I just did. Look at AMC's 1 month chart. Just brutal, absolutely brutal. And the craziest part is, I was saying this before, they're not even necessarily diluting today. I mean, it seems like they probably are since it's crashing this quick, right? If they're not even, like, that's nuts. Like, how much worse is it going to get? Is there going to be like another reverse stock split? Is it going to be like Mullen Automotive 2.0? Is it going to be AMCQ? We'll have to see. It's crazy. And then also, if they do actually go out of business, I mean, I think it'll be potentially taken over by private equity. You know, some individual out there shared some very wise information in regard to this. A guy by the name of Barance Rance. Shout out to him, big homie. But if AMC does actually close its doors, it'll be unfortunate for like, you know, just moviegoers because it's the biggest theater. I feel like, you know, just the average person who doesn't care about stocks or anything at all, like just the average person who just cares about movies and going to a theater, that might screw them over. But then again, you know, I think movie theaters aren't going to completely die. There's always going to be some small movies. You know, obviously streaming is getting bigger. But let me be very clear, I don't see AMC having a bounce back story because look at how they manage things and look at what goes on within the company. But it's crazy. I think it's going to get to negative 40% by the end of the day, which is just got to be like the worst day, single day in a very long time. I mean, AMC's had a lot of volatility over the past couple of years, but crazy. crazy. Below $1 reverse split. Yeah, exactly, badass. Exactly, bro. Exactly. Literally 85 cents. Like, it's actually crazy. It's actually crazy. Happy earnings day, Tetron. Aaron, Adam Aaron sucks. Fitzy, thanks for popping in, man. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Oh man, bro. I was saying before to somebody that weren't here, I was trying to get this going on my desktop. Like I'm actually like in an office type of space today. Like I actually have room to operate. And fucking Windows 7 PC doesn't work for YouTube. And oh man, I'm literally gonna get a desktop now because I've just been not winging it, but I'm not like steadily doing stuff in one place. It's just like the nature of how I'm living right now. It's not like I'm in a bad situation. I'm not trying to say anything like that, but I'm just on the go a lot with like my girlfriend and like trying to help my grandpa and family and friends and so I'm always on the move. So it's hard to have a desktop, but this laptop is so fucking trash. It's getting so annoying. So man, I gotta fix it. I gotta figure out a solution. I might just have to do like a decent laptop. Maybe I'll just get it from GameStop. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. But yeah, so I'm gonna go back to putting my numbers here. So do I want to see the 4% increase? Yeah, yeah, I think we could say it. So we should do net income. Then I'll do EPS. Just so I can have like an official number. I'm gonna shoot for the 4% beat. I think it's possible because it's a strong quarter. Actually, or do I want to go with the numbers I just wrote out as my official, like, what I'm going to leave on this Evernote thing for the long period of time? We'll have to see. I think I'm going to go with. I could do this one out again. 86.9. We'll have to see. Or I could just, leave these numbers here for now. And we'll shoot for $1 EPS. Imagine, though, that just somehow happens. That'd be crazy. I'm going to say 8 cents per share loss. That's what we're going to say. What would that be? 304.5 times. Be about a 24.4. I think that's, pretty reasonable. That's kind of where I've been floating around, in this range here. Of course, anything's possible. We'll see for sure in 39 minutes. That's all what it comes down to, but we'll see. We'll really have to see. Can AMC declare bankruptcy to start all over and do better? Windows Visa? Yeah. Oh, no, I have a Microsoft Surface laptop, which I've had literally since I got it right before college to put in perspective. So it's kind of getting up there. It was running fine when I started doing all this, but now it's just getting to the point like it's too much. And also it's just annoying because I'm like this, like instead of sitting at a desk, like sitting upright more so, I wind up like slouched more. So it can't be good for my posture long term. That's why I'm always trying to throw a pillow behind me during it. But in terms of AMC, a lot could happen with it. It most likely, I believe, will probably file bankruptcy to try and restructure its debt and just try and keep the song and dance going as long as possible. And then potentially, private equity takeover. Like we've seen that in the past with some other like just names, like whether it's a retailer or another movie name. It really depends, right? Like how it's actually going to play out. But it doesn't mean the AMC name will necessarily die. But what it could necessarily mean, potentially, is shareholders just get absolutely screwed. Like just like Bed Bath shares are literally about to delist. Isn't that literally this week? So if the triple quadra super mega merger is upon us, I can't even say it. I'm laughing. It would have to be today, right? Like it'd have to be today, right? The super mega quadra super merger, where the Bed Bath and Beyond shareholders somehow benefit. And it's not to say there wasn't like weird things that maybe happened with Bed Bath stock. I don't know. Like I don't. People, oh, you haven't done due diligence, right? That's what the PP says. Like, oh, no deal. Morantz doesn't do due diligence or something like that. But whatever. Point is, at the end of the day, like it's a company that went bankrupt. Like that's the bottom line, and that's the thing. That's the difference between GameStop and like all these other names. Like for the longest time, is it really is a matter of just the financials and like what the company actually is relative to all the other ones in terms of the balance sheet, strength of the brand name. Sure, you could argue AMC is a strong brand name. People love the movies, and like that's the correlation, the passion. But since day one, you have to wonder how GameStop happened, and then AMC came out of nowhere, and it was like it's the next big thing. And in the beginning, it was so many like accounts like this. You know what I'm saying? That were that were always like AMC to the moon. Buy my OnlyFans. Like it's what I'm saying. Like it's a little weird, right? It's a little weird how it became like just a very influencer heavy thing. And then with GameStop, it just wasn't the same. It seemed like people actually talking about it, and then that's why I decided to do, right? Just start talking about it because I'm like, I'm not like trying to, show my boobies and promote an OnlyFans as a side to just growing, around the name of a stock. So it's a wild world out there. It's a wild world, and then it just I think teaches a lot of people lessons about the market. But the unfortunate thing is, there's going to be people that are hurt from this that'll never invest again in their life, or the idea of acquiring assets or investing. They might just be so scarred from this, from being naive or just a new investor, right? Some individuals out there, that's what I'm saying, from just craziness being posted. And, Morantz exposes these guys left and right. And, like if you're going to post like baloney and just be like, it's going up, we're going to see like 150 based on the TA, like, it's completely different than being like, like I see this and that in the company, and like this is why I like it. Like if you're giving like an explanation instead of be like, but this and this dot, this, and that means MOAS, thousands of gazillions of dollars of AMC shares are out there. Like that's just not the same. It's just not the same, right? And it just sucks that some people might have got caught up in that. That's really the thing I go back and forth with. I'm like, ha, if I was this with AMC, but then I'm like, damn, there's people really just getting screwed by like the bots and stuff like that, and the OnlyFans girls, and it's a crazy world. It's a crazy world out there on the internet. This is just one little tiny, tiny pocket of the internet I am, and one little tiny, tiny, tiny speck on the radar that is my stream relative to the whole like YouTube and just social media verse. So it's crazy. It's crazy. I'm just one corner of the internet, but hello, let's go, Ted. Yawardra, thanks for being here. Good to see you. 99% of their DD was based on when Ryan Cohen was still interested in BBY. The last argument is null, but the math doesn't check out. AMC collapse today is fucking hilarious. Yeah, Ken Samza, thanks for being here. Yeah, like I was saying, kind of funny, but kind of unfortunate. It's like that sugar. What are they? Not sugar sweet. Uh, bittersweet. Bittersweet. I mean, it's no, I don't know. It is just kind of like, damn. I mean, if it also means the decoupling of price action from GameStop and AMC, like I'm very happy about it. And I always long wondered, would it take a situation like AMC becoming bankrupt in order for GameStop to truly break away from it and truly not correlate to it? I want to see like what it's been year to date actually, comparison wise. But the volume's picked up so much for in the last hour, and GameStop's volume is so low today. I mean, that's kind of the usual these days, right? But timing is terrible for GME. Yeah, exactly. I think you're right, Fitzy. It is. It's probably weighing it down, but I thought it'd be worse, man. Honestly, I really thought it would be worse. That was kind of my perspective. Dang, look how choppy the price on AMC has been lately. Oof. And then of course there's the accounts like, oh, I've been in it this long. I'm not leaving now. It's just like okay, but they're just diluting more. Look at GameStop relative to it. So right about here, but like you see, it's still trying to hold the correlation a little bit. I mean, you might know more than me, Fitzy, on that because I know you're good with like following like the trends and correlations and stuff like that. You've been following a bunch of that data for a while, but it seems like maybe this is kind of it. And if GameStop does actually move positively in the after hours based on the earnings in one shape or form, then that would seem like truly kind of a decoupling moment potentially. But of course, depends how tomorrow plays out, and at the end of the day, it's just one day. You have to continue to like zoom out type of deal. But let's go 1 year ago. Yeah, way worse for AMC. 90%. Crazy. Kazusuma, funny thing is, I got to AMC more than I go to GME. But is that who I think it is? Fire's putting down that too. So not sure. Not sure how much AMC is impacting it. Yeah. It's possible. It's possible. I mean, it seems like it's a negative day across the board, like you said. Look at this one. Definitely negative. And it's actually kind of crazy. Like all these other like original like other the next play names were all falling, um, are all doing, sorry, reverse stock splits at this point in time. Like, I think Cost is preparing. No, the Cost didn't, but Express did one. By the way, screw Express. They wrongfully fired my friend. He was like the quietest dude ever. And they were like, oh, he's stealing. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, man, they just fired me. I'm like, what? But see, they did a reverse split. And you see how that went. BBBY was going to do a reverse split. I don't even think it ever actually happened. And then you have AMC was about to did do theirs, and we've seen what's happened there. So GameStop's just not like the rest. That's the bottom line to me. You know, my sources close to me were calling me yesterday. They were like, Noah, you gotta hear this. The next GME is GameStop, and I was like, oh, dude, yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I was thinking that, and like my sources confirmed it, so it must be true, right? But yeah, it's about T minus 30. So I wonder if the website will be lagging out at the time. I'll just be refreshing the SEC filings and refresh all these corporate governance. Well, it's the board of directors, so we don't have to be refreshing that one. So I'll leave these two open to be refreshing. Put them down here for when the time comes. X out my excess tabs. Keep this one open for now. But damn. More comparison. See, Express did the reverse split. How's Cost been doing? And I don't even know what they are. Like, just like a headphone company or something like that. Like, I think that's what they are. So over 1 year, kind of about the same. But 2 year, 5 year, GameStop's outperformed. And if you look at any of the other names on a 5 year chart, like alongside GameStop, it's the same type of deal where GameStop always outperforms. And, you know, it's all going to come down to the future, of course. And, you know, you can analyze charts, but where the company is really going to go and like where these companies, I don't know why this went to like the one tick chart all of a sudden, but the way it'll actually go in the long term, I think truly will be determined by the earnings. And I think it's a situation where a lot of individuals like the stock, a lot of insiders have shares, and overall, what that's going to do is any moves, it's not going to take a lot of volume to make the stock move significantly. So I do think it will be volatile in the future for future earnings reports, you know, both good and bad, and then potentially just more volatility consistently, because if we do start to get a little bit more volume consistently, I think that's possible for sure, because it's just a situation where, you know, individuals are directly registering shares, but even without that factor, just people who like the stock that are just buying and holding, that's just shares that are not trading hands. And then you also have insiders shares that are not trading hands. So it all comes down to me to the numbers, and it's a song and dance that is just continuing. It's just like a truly unique saga, and I like to say, you know, like my favorite quote is great moments are born from great opportunity. And everything that happened in January 2021, like the social media hype storm that took place, and the things that were just started to become understood by individuals based on things that happened, they could just turn off the buy button randomly, like it's just completely unheard of, completely thought like this could never actually happen, right? And then it did, just out of nowhere. It opened so many people's eyes and really just created a great opportunity for GameStop to evolve itself and be different over the next decade plus. So I think they're going to do that. And I think, you know, the numbers will validate it. And at this point, you know, no earnings call for this quarter, it appears. So it seems like they're, and also just how Ryan Cohen acts and the nature of the company and not revealing a lot of its plans. Like, don't believe us, just watch. Let's let the results speak for themselves. And Ryan Cohen's tweeted in the past about like baloney Wall Street analysts and or not analysts, what do you say? Like just, you know, like Wall Street estimates, or it should be judged actually by the actions. Like he's just indicated to that also based on any previous commentary he has had, where a company should be judged based on its actions and what's actually happening, rather than, you know, the talk that's being talked, so to speak. Because, you know, it's easy to talk a lot of talk or throw AI in your conference call a million times, and it's good for Wall Street. But if you're actually executing, like that's what it comes down to. And I think in the way he goes about it and generally the company goes about it is more direct to individuals, where there's more generally individual investors in GameStop and just simply not a lot of like institutions that want to be long. And yeah, there's going to be some, and yeah, there's going to be some individual investors in other stocks where there's tons of institutions involved. But I just think GameStop's such a unique situation and just has such a unique opportunity, and I think the stock price will appreciate greatly if they just execute and continue to deliver on the turnaround and just turning a profit. Buying back shares, I think, will be extremely efficient in the future, like an extremely efficient use of capital. And inevitably, I also think, with Ryan Cohen holding 12% of the company and compensating executives with shares down the line, you may want to do a dividend, because in doing a dividend, it's more incentive to hold those shares. And if they're simultaneously then acquiring shares back through share repurchases also, that's just true shareholder value being delivered. And I really do think that's the ultimate goal. And that's the core of like old school, like investing, like factors you look for are like shareholder value driven metrics. I mean, obviously there's more you look for. You want to look for, like, if you're Warren Buffett perspective, you want to look for companies that are undervalued and stuff like that. But, and I do believe GameStop's undervalued at this price. Of course, it's my opinion. You're more than welcome to disagree. But that's the kind of thing you look for in the company to actually do over time. But yeah, let's hit the chat because I do see a lot of stuff going on here. Only thing, let's see. Damn, there's so much going on in the chat. Wow, this is how retail trades. Feel spoiled to have Bloomberg. Just sit back and watch. Delayed data, 5-year. What a joke. Adam. Tetron, when are you joining Morant's live again? Combine your streams? No, that would be killer. Yeah, maybe I should. Maybe I should, honestly. It's +1 coupon. Yeah, totally think kept this company alive. Raised capital back of the Gamma Squeeze. Before then, lol. Seriously, two in the same. Both live streaming. What time is earnings? 4 o'clock, Gunyun. It's coming out in 25 minutes. I'm switching between both. I appreciate you, badass. So why not combine? Yeah, Jello. I love this kid. He can sell ice to an Eskimo. There's a whole office here watching this. Adam, I appreciate you, man. I don't know, you just love me, man. What a guy, what a guy. But yeah, no, I mean, I guess I could hop in Marantz's Discord, but thing is, like I said, my laptop is just so shitty. So the thing is, it's kind of tough to like actually stream at the same time. Like I could kind of only join there. So like I said, guys, I really got to get all this sorted out soon, especially for my boy Adam. Adam absolutely loves me. Your 2 minutes of fame on Wall Street. Thank you, thank you. Funny guy, Adam. Funny guy. But yeah, so we're just about 24 minutes away. We're going to see what the earnings bring. Of course, Adam will be cheering if all goes negative and, the stock price goes down, regardless what the numbers are. That's all you, man. That's all you. But if the numbers go up, that'll be interesting to see if you're still here and what you'll have to say about that. That's for sure. So we'll also see what the numbers are because, at the end of the day, the numbers will speak the results, and that's where I'm going in the long term. And we'll keep just focusing, year by year, step by step. But negative. We need to get Tetron and Marantz together live. Yeah, no, I wonder how I could hop in a stream. Maybe if I just do the Discord and X everything else out, it wouldn't lag too bad. We'll have to see. But wasn't there one more? Got a lot of sell. I'm not as good as you selling it. But yeah, this is gonna be Ryan Cohen to you, Adam. He's gonna launch the blue shells. They're gonna get you in Mario Kart. And I know someone had pointed this out before. I do wonder what you guys think about it. In terms of Matthew Furlong, CEO, board member, and advisor, self-employed. Like no specifics there. So gotta wonder what that means. It really could mean nothing though relative to GameStop. So we'll have to see if that ever comes to be anything. But honestly, it's all speculative at this point in time. Do it. All right. I would love it if Morantz bans me. I'm just here to chill and learn. Nah, you're good, Negative Banana. No worries. But yeah, I mean, should I? All right. Hold on. Let me fire up the Discord on the other computer. But all right, guys, I really am gonna organize all this soon. I really am because it's frustrating to like know what you want to do and then being like limited, with like annoyance of technology. Because I also just have to be able to like master like my setup and like be consistent. Like I need consistency basically as an individual to really execute. But I am definitely curious what inventory will look like. That's for sure. But go live with Morantz. All right, I'm gonna message him right now. Pop on Discord. Yeah, got you guys. I got you. I'm making a commitment right now to getting a desktop, right? I'm gonna get a desktop, gonna get a nice setup. No more of this like, what am I doing? What am I doing? I got you guys. I got you. We're really about to step it up, I swear. I'm about to start looking, like literally tonight. I'm gonna start looking for stuff. Or are you guys like saying it on his stream? Should I? Because I don't want to just like. I mean, I feel like he doesn't mind, but I feel like I don't like to just hop in somebody's thing. You know what I mean? But also like I feel like we're cool like that. But you know what I mean? Like it's his thing, so I always feel like kind of funny to just jump in. You know what I mean? Get a proper mic too. Yes, badass. I know. I'm gonna upgrade eventually, like everything, and just keep building. But I gotta just go step by step. Gotta start with a computer, but eventually, yeah, I need like a legit mic, like the arm one on the side, and then just put like the headphones on. Because eventually, too, I'm talking to my brother. I'm saying we gotta do some kind of like dual content together. So he's asking people to just hop in all day. Okay. All right. Yeah, I know. All right. All right. I'll join. I'll join this thing right now. Let me hop in Discord. Hold on 1 second. Let's see. XLR mic with preamp. Not negative. Yeah. Okay, let me write that down. Badass. Good looks. XLR mic with the preamp. Yeah, Beagle. Me too. Honestly. Nah, not like too nervous, but it's like that good nervous. Where you're just like a little bit antsy type of deal. Mustache is very convincing. Yes, indeed, indeed. But yeah, I'm gonna have to. So, well, actually, I wanted to keep that one open. And this one. Boom. Okay. We're getting there. Getting organized. No, I appreciate everyone's patience with me because I feel like I'm just a total goon with it sometimes. I'm really just learning the process though. Learning the process. Been loving your lunch break video, FYI. Keep up the great work. What time will they release earnings? Thank you, Coupon. Much appreciated. I think it will be a fun earnings report to read right now. Indeed, indeed. But yeah, no, I'm gonna do more of those soon. Just whenever I'm at the office and I have a few minutes, just do those quick lunch ones. Like, why not? Just throw out the midday thoughts. But yeah, they're gonna release it right at 4. That's the plan here. So, okay. I'm in here. I'm gonna hop in Marantz in a minute, but all right, I'm gonna step away for one moment. Just gonna run to the bathroom, get some more water, chug the rest of this coffee, and then I'm gonna go hop in with Marantz. So I'll be right back. And also, we got T minus 17 minutes at this point, so it might not be at exactly 4, but it's gonna be like a few minutes after 4. So we're gonna see. The lamp theory was right. Why is Supersonic so quiet? Tesla, thank you for being here. I haven't followed up on it in a while. Honestly, I've kind of been a little bit out of touch in terms of it. So I would have to check on it again, but it's possible because is it? Well, I don't know. I'm totally just tripping over my words. I'd have to look back. I remember what it is. It's like the idea that you need to actually borrow more shares to the DTC from the planned shares at times of high volume, but we didn't really see that like high volume event yet recently. Mike should be before PC upgrade, more bang for your buck. Okay, badass trader, makes sense, makes sense. Yeah, so I'll have to really, I gotta make a game plan too. Like that's what I realized. I need that game plan mentality, like organization, because if you organize, like I feel like it's so much easier to like execute because I can't just like buy everything at once, but like if I really just commit to, consistently buying it. Like, it's totally possible. But all right, guys, I'm gonna be right back. All right. Let's guess for what? Oh, I see. All right. All right. Almost there. It's T minus 13 minutes and change. So let me hop in here. Sure, he's got a bunch of people in there right now. But all right, guys, about to hop in. Oh, maybe my headset doesn't want to work. Hold on. Let's see. There's something in the settings I gotta do. Um. So bad with Discord. Usernames have been trinacted. I don't know what that means. Okay. How do I go to the settings on here? Oh, I literally knew. Devices. Oh, it won't let me. Okay. HUD. Damn, guys, I'm a total noob. I'm sorry. How did I do this last time? should be connected. Let's see. Got all hype in here. It's almost that time. GameStop will touch 29 after hours. Screenshot this. That's it. That'd be crazy. Uh, all right. I think I got it, guys. I think I got it. I think I finally fixed it. So I'll just say wait a minute, then say hello. Moon Gang. Hello? Hey, how's it going, Marant? Yes, sir. All right. I was having some technical difficulties, just trying to figure some stuff out, but pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good. How about you? Yeah, just doing a short stream, or as long as I can. No, no, don't be doing that. That's crazy. But mhm, for sure. That mhm, mhm, nice. Yeah, listen, I'm sure you're getting things like left and right, and especially today. Yeah, dude, I'm trying to keep up for sure. You post so much, man. It's crazy. You are. Oh yeah, that's crazy. Oh my gosh. Damn. Hmm. He's got to be saying like the same stuff though, I'd imagine. They just go nuts. Hmm. Yeah, yikes. Big yikes today. Mhm. Just thinking we're probably going to see a slight beat in revenue. Obviously like SG&A is in focus, but I feel like we're still going to be slightly negative for this quarter. Like, what are your thoughts on that? Potentially, yeah. Mhm. Too optimistic, you think? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Makes sense. Yeah, and I feel like it's also for me. I'm just still working on making estimates and stuff like that. I'm no problem with like it's just an estimate at the end of the day. It's all what it actually comes out to be, and just gonna keep improving. Just like GameStop, brick by brick, for sure, for sure. Hmm. No, yeah, I don't think anybody does, to be honest with you. Oh, really? I was like, oh, where? It's like leaked Tetron. Oh no. I was running like goofy, so goofy that I had to like speed up that video. I know which one you're talking about. I was like, all right, I look too stupid. We have to like edit this a little bit. He's slacking. Yeah, he's out of Tetron. Goodbye. New video editor needed. My DMs are open. Sir. Oh yeah, soon. Baby soon. Yikes. No, man, I don't know about that yet. I guess I still got some time before that, but Mhm. Okay, I'm ready. Mhm. Yeah, yeah, he's a homie. Hmm. 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 Just execute. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I hear you. Mhm. Bad funny. Hmm. It's awesome. Hmm. Hmm. For sure. You're the man, Moretz. Thank you. Hmm. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. Mhm. Oop, oop. Oh, thank you. Oh wow. Oh, oh. Alexa, stop. Damn. Oh, oh. You ready to go?
Much for those kind words.
All right, guys. We'll see what happens here. Any minute now. Any minute now. All right, guys. We'll see what happens here. That makes sense. Everyone's ready.
What it says here. Is that it? Oh, that's you live. I see you. I see you,
Hey,
bro.
yeah, I'm
Live,
trying
and
to
I'm happy.
add your audio on my stream. I don't even know if it's working yet.
Nah, don't even worry about it, bro. You're gonna be all right. You got this.
Oh, okay. I think I finally got you. Let's go. Let's go. All right, we're moving slightly, but nothing yet.
There it is.
Hey.
There it is. There it is. Let's go.
Oh.
Let's go. Ah, right back down. Hold on.
Just refreshing constantly. Yeah, real quick, just want to say to all you guys here, for real, thanks for being here. Just constantly refreshing. You know, like I said, guys, I've had a rough day technology-wise.
If we want to
just
see your
bouncing back
screen,
and
you're
forth.
sharing, do we stay in the chat or we have to go somewhere else?
Oh, you'll have to go. Yeah, you have to step out, Yoda. I see you, Yoda. Hold on. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere.
But let's see.
Here.
Any minute now, it should be coming out. Any minute now, it should be coming out, guys. Just refresh, 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 refresh.
I'll move some stuff around.
Boom, boom, boom. Just the date. Any minute now. Any minute now. Damn, 119 people is actually crazy. Everyone just popped in out of nowhere. Adam, you tell me. I don't know. Everyone just popped in. Everyone's trying to see the results. It should be any second. But we'll see. It's refreshing. $30? That would be crazy if we went to 30. All right. I guess I should have put on a better thing than Yahoo Finance for watching the price. Damn, see, I can't even like sit still. I'm just like antsy. And I'm not sure if they're switching something over there or... Damn. Thank you guys for real, for being here. Oh, we got a little bit of movement. A little bit of movement. We don't have a report yet, though. We got a little bit of movement. Nothing too crazy, though.
I'm working on stuff.
Okay, got you. Nope. And now we're moving the other way. The volatility's here. The volatility's upon us. Let's see. Still nothing. Whoa. Anything. Okay, more price action. Boom, boom, boom. Up 1%, down 1%. Damn. Someone says earnings beat. Let's see.
All right, we're back. Sorry, guys, I was adjusting stuff here. So in the chat right here is our man. This is Yoda the One. Monty White's in there. And Tiny Freeman's back. Tiny Freeman, are you back? What's going on, Tiny? Did you fix your mic? If not, Monty, how you
here
doing,
it is.
Monty? If Monty unmutes himself. Either way, and I do have you on the screen there for you, Yoda the One. So if you ever want to see yourself, you'll be on the live stream when you watch it back. All your folks, you were there. You were there. You were a living legend. Don't worry, bro. I'll keep you on screen, bro. I don't care. GameStop's still moving. I have the second ticker on right now. That's the second ticker. As the seconds drop, I'm waiting for you guys to drop out the chat and show me what you got in the Discord as far as when the stats get released.
Marantz, if you go on the newsroom, it just came out.
Yep. Good. Let's do it. I gotta go. On my way.
Oh boy. I'm liking what I'm reading.
Yeah, that's what they all say.
No spoilers.
No. It's fine.
I let both of you digest the information, and you'll make a for dummy version for me.
Sounds good.
Did they it's in the newsroom you said? 1.16, so they definitely came out with it.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, so let me get this up on the screen real quick. They did it, guys. So
Wow.
let me get this right.
Oh, the percentage of SG&A. I literally was saying that number. That's crazy.
I'll be okay. See you right now. All right, so here we go.
Pretty
Let
sweet.
the stock do what it does. I'm gonna read this really quick while you.
Yeah, I haven't even looked at the price yet.
All right, so yeah, I'm not worried about that because this just came out. So right here, they beat out last year's net sales. Right there, about $30 million. 1.16 was the top end of the analyst projections, which is perfect. Holy shit!
Yes, sir.
SG&A 322.
Hey.
Oh god! Let me tell you, they beat out SG&A by 700 basis points. If you guys even know what the hell that means, that's $50 million. They just found $55 million. They had to have beat last year. The net loss was $2 million.
Yes, sir.
Holy shit! Oh my god! Are you fucking kidding me? $2 million!
Amazing.
Holy shit! Oh! You guys! Oh! $2 million! Oh my
Brance is
god!
having his moment.
Oh!
Man, this is actually crazy, guys. It's actually crazy.
Oh!
I literally was saying right before
Oh.
SG&A is going to be
Hold on.
27.7%. Look
$2
at
million
that.
net loss. Somebody tell me
27.7%. Where did I put it? Where is it?
Oh my god!
27.7%.
$2 million loss.
I wrote it down.
Oh!
27.7% of revenue. What did I say?
You're going to the moon.
Hey! It's not even about today. This is not even about today.
For real.
This is about T12. This is about next year. Holy shit, we lost 108 million last year. We lost
Sir.
this year. That's $106 million in my
What does it
pocket,
mean?
baby. Oh, S&P 500. You don't think it's happening? Oh,
Let's go.
9. Oh my god, I gotta do this. Hold on, guys. Oh fuck.
Breathe,
That
breathe.
number's so good. Hold on. Stop the music. Cut the track. Cut the track. 20 free memberships for the crew. Whatever you guys want to do. Listen to me. GameStop just came in at a loss of $2 million. That means they are negative, guys. $4 million on T9. $4 million. Okay? $4 million. You guys understand. T3, they get $30 million to the books. I'm telling you, $20 million plus whatever they have.
Yeah, real quick, I just want to go through the numbers a little bit, and then I'm going to rotate back into Varance's stream. But they did add more marketable securities, so that's the first thing that's standing out to me a little bit, and that negatively impacted cash flow because you see there's less maturing than those there, so that's slightly negatively impacting it. And then they had a large amount of accounts payable and accrued liabilities. Then this is also like 26 weeks right here, right? So this is the 13 weeks. Sorry, that's what I meant to be looking at. But going back, sorry, so much is happening at once too. It's also just reading the numbers live. But really, to me, I think I've been focusing most on the income statement, and I want to look at the 13 weeks ended. I was saying, we could see SG&A around 325, 335. So they've already cut it more. And keep in mind the immutable liability is still factored in there partly. So that's going to be even lower in the future. Cost of sales came in line. I think that's, surrounding their focus of just focusing on higher margin items. It was about the same, but sales was up about 3% year over year, give or take, a couple basis points or tiny basis points, like 0.00 or whatever. You guys know what I'm saying here. So, I'm very happy with it, to be honest with you. Haters will say, oh, they're still not turning a profit. That's fine. What Morantz was just saying is a great point. It's like about to turn to 100, a full year profitability now, because next quarter I think will more likely to not be profitable, especially after seeing this. And then Q4 is always their big quarter. And SG&A was literally 27.7% of their total revenue, right? And the reason that matters is I have this chart here. It's not the prettiest. I've showed it a couple times before. And really, thank all of you guys for being here, for real, so much. I've never had this many people in the stream. It's actually crazy. So I'm just, spitting what's coming out, and S&P 500 too. There's so many messages. I can't even keep up. This is crazy. But basically, SG&A in terms of percentage, this is the lowest SG&A has been for any single quarter for GameStop over the past 5 years, if you look at these numbers. And then I also wrote down the percentages here. So last quarter, Q1 2023, it was 27.9% of revenue. This quarter, it was only 27.7%. And on top of it, it was 23 million less. That's a significant increase. I think we're looking at a situation where next year, the same quarter, it's going to be even below 300, and then it could be in a situation where it's like 26% of SG&A. So you might be thinking the stock price is not reacting much. Honestly, I thought it'd be reacting a little bit more because it did beat the analyst estimates that are scrolling on the bottom here. But it's the nature of GameStop, right? It just kind of does its own thing, and there's still time for people to react. And in a weird way, now there's no anticipation for the earnings call. So since there's no anticipation for the earnings call, it's also a spot where the market's, I think, reacting in a different way. Whereas previously it was always like, okay, well, is there going to be an earnings call? Is this going to happen? Like, so it was always kind of like it did a certain thing till 5, and then after 5, after the actual earnings call, it reacted another way. So now it's just kind of reacting, and it's like a little bit different. I guess that's very roughly describing it, but at the end of the day, I mean, they definitely beat on estimates and they improved revenue year over year. A lot of people said, oh, I don't think they could do that. But if you look at all the game releases and you also look like the Mario movie came out, that potentially just drove people buy more collectible type items, knickknacks, things of that nature. So overall, I mean, I'm happy with it. I want to see like the official filings. Is there anything about like a share buyback? Is there anything else I missed? So SG&A expense, 322.5, then transformation costs. Then what else do we have here? So after that, it'd be 3 cents, and then there's actually less shares. Oh no, zero point 0.3 more shares outstanding. So that's the shares that are vested. And then interest income. So this was from their cash equivalents. So they actually made money there, and that's just due to rising interest rates. Last quarter, that number was about 9 million. This quarter, they made 11. And then also keep in mind, marketable securities are maturing. So when you have a T-bill that's dated less than 1 year, which GameStop's marketable securities are T-bills, then those are maturing in like when they mature, that's the only time they pay. So they're not paying out like monthly, so you're not seeing it necessarily recognized here. But what I do want to look for is the cash. I see the cash flow was ultimately negative. So there was a decrease, cash and cash equivalents. However, they still have significant cash equivalents and marketable securities of 1.2 billion. Transition costs, restructuring were 4.3 million. The net loss was 2.8 million for the quarter compared to 108. Like that's such a huge improvement. And SG&A, look at that improvement. 27.7% versus 34.1% of net sales, and net sales rose. And just look at that $65 million swing. Like it's actually crazy. Like it's actually nuts. So stock-based compensation, less. I think that's actually being negative here because you had some executives that are no longer with the company. Inventory, they spent more there, so that's why we had larger net negative cash flow for operations, and a couple other things taking place here that I'll have to look more into as time goes on. So also keep in mind purchases of marketable securities versus proceeds from maturities and sales of marketable securities. They purchased like twice as many than those that matured. So that shows 52 million of negative cash flow, but really that's just cash, 52 million basically moving from a cash equivalent definition to a marketable security. So it's just based on like the accounting method. And then repayment of the loans, they're going to keep repaying a couple million each quarter, so no surprise there. So overall, they still do have a decent amount of cash equivalents. They still have those marketable securities. And yeah, I'm happy with the quarter. I am happy with the quarter. Is there anything about directly registered shares? Is the SEC filing out yet? Let's see. I want to see the DRS count. That's definitely something. And then I'm about to hop back in from Marantz's stream. Yeah, no, I have to say, to be honest, I'm pretty overwhelmed that there's actually this many people in here right now. I appreciate you all for real. Like, thank you so much for being here. Like, much appreciated. But yeah, look at cost of sales being a lower percentage. I think that's focusing on the higher margin items that I was talking about a little bit prior to this. Actually, the numbers coming out. And then gross profit, that was definitely better there. And then SG&A was lower. So that allowed the loss to be, just relative to net sales, only negative 1.4%. Whereas the same quarter of last year, negative 9.5%. And that's where you go from the loss of $108 million to only $2.8 million. Like a huge difference, despite like only a slight increase in revenue. And this is for the 26 weeks. But I want to see, and I'm going to read some fine print too at some point. Computer share. Nope. Directly. Let's see. Yeah, 69 likes. I like the idea. Good looks. Registered. How do they have it? Do they have it as Seed & Co? No. Maybe they don't even have it this time? Replaced. Calls tomorrow. That's strange. Oh, there's a call. Oh, call tomorrow. I didn't even see that. EPS of 3 cents beating. Damn. What the heck? Yeah, I'm gonna hop back in Marantz's thing. There's a call tomorrow. I gotta get more info on that. Yeah, it was great. I'm gonna hop back in.
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna flip out. I'm not gonna flip out. I'm just gonna tell you, this is amazing. Amazing. It is operating losses, bro. Oh my god. A $175 million swing after 6 months, and people want to talk to
Yeah,
me.
no, I don't think there's an
They don't
earnings
want
call
adjusted
tomorrow.
loss.
Newfront.
Oh
My
my
bad. I
goodness
misunderstood your
gracious.
question,
This is
but
amazing.
there'll be
Hey,
no
y'all,
earnings
listen to
call
me.
for
I've
tomorrow,
been telling y'all.
as
Oh,
far
yeah,
as
but
I'm aware.
oh my god, $1.
I
It's
can't
it's
seem
positive.
to find
Oh my
the.
god, you
I
guys,
told you, bro.
you assholes, you assholes.
I'm
Telling
back.
you, hey, tell me. Somebody go tell me what Wall Street wants to do. When are they going to evaluate? Now I'm going to say it. I think what you're trying to say to me is that you are going to list my swaps at the correct price, because this is not the correct price of the stock. No, this is not what the stock is worth. It's a positive, net positive company. Okay, adjusted EBITDA tells me that it's going to be net positive $1 right there. Oh my God, you are crazy, guys. Oh my God, what I tell you. Somebody call Congress right now. I'm serious. You guys don't even know what these numbers mean. But they don't even want it. They didn't even do an earnings call, bro. They just put the sheet, and hopefully the real investors can break it down and understand what the hell this is. Thank you, GameStop. Oh my God, guys. Oh, my belly hurts. Did I say that? Yeah, I got a stomach ache, man. Shit. Thanks, Marantz, for the money from AMC is now in GameStop. It should be. How the hell? How the hell are you not buying this shit? I'm buying everything I can. You guys, $19
Yeah, so those
today
asking in the
is
chat,
$2,000
there's
tomorrow.
no
I'm
earnings
not joking
call
with you.
for
That's what it's
GameStop.
worth.
So
If
they
even knew.
basically
If
said,
they even
like,
knew.
we're not going to do an earnings call.
Accelerated
Or they didn't necessarily
depreciation
say
boosted
that, but
EBITDA. Yeah,
in their
it's
like
gonna be amazing,
report,
guys. It's
right
trash
here.
to use. No, it's not, Josh. All you downers. It's trash to use compared to what? Last year? Is that
See,
what
there
it's
was no
trash to use
mention of
by?
the earnings
Is
call
the
here,
metric
so it
doesn't
appears
matter
there
to
isn't
you?
going to be.
What matters to you? Which one matters? Because I'm going to
But
show you
let's see.
a 99%
Pretty decent price action after
increase
hours.
the other
Nothing
way.
too crazy though, to be honest.
Exactly what you just saw. They went from $108 million lost to 2. You're a fucking clown. You guys don't understand. And I'll say it. I don't care. I'll do it live. I'll do it live. Oh my God, they beat. They didn't just beat, bro. They shattered. They shattered. Oh, where emotional attachment is very dangerous. You think this is a game? This is a game to you? Emotional
What
attachment is
did
very dangerous. It's not for me. This
what did
emotional
RC say?
I've been here for 3 years, bro. 3 years. Feeling good. He says, you've got a lot of emotion in a game where emotional attachment is very dangerous. Bro, say that shit. If you're scared, go to church. All right? It's prom night and you're shook. Yeah, she wants to go take you back to the hotel room and get it on. And what are you going to say? But my mom drove us here. Yeah, I know. Anyway, it's trash to use adjusted metric and inflate numbers instead of using GAAP. Oh, yes. I'm so sorry about GAAP. I mean, what?
So, a couple things, other things I want to mention because I'm just looking at this here. So, one thing I would want to see improve a little bit is collectibles. So that fell off relative to last year, but obviously software did a lot better and hardware was in line. So I think definitely software was a little bit of a surprise. So it includes sales of new and pre-owned hardware accessories, hardware bundles in which the hardware and digital or physical software are sold together in a single SKU, and active game figures, strategy guides, mobile and consumer electronics include sales of new game software, digital software, and PC entertainment software. Yeah, it's definitely, it's like hard to like react fast. I don't know, because it's like one of those things. Like I was like expecting like literally anything, and just I've become truly like I would say so zen to like whatever happens. But this is really, in my opinion, like a strong report and everything I could have asked for. Right, like SG&A was 27%. That's literally what I said here. My estimate was 327.5 as 27.7% of the revenues. So my revenue estimate was slightly off, estimating like a 4% increase because we got actually 1.16. I had said 1.18, but then also here I was writing out some other numbers. I had said 1.15 potentially is plus 2% revenue. So they grew their revenue by more than 2%. Cost of sales, I had estimated plus 1% would be like 862. So it was even less. It was 857.9, so it was even less than I anticipated. Again, that's just from doing higher margin items, and the percentages break it down here. So SG&A went from 34.1% to 27.7. Like that's actually just a massive, massive improvement. And I think it'll continue to improve because the liability for IMX is still accounted for. Let me see, mutable, or is it IMX? It's mentioned in the other report how it'll continue to be something that's factored into SG&A over the next remaining couple quarters. So let's go through really line by line. So net sales were 1.164 billion, and analysts were estimating 1.14 billion. So it is a beat, and it's better than last year. So I'm happy about that. SG&A only 322.5, and I was showing before over here how basically it was the lowest single quarter now that GameStop has reported. After last quarter was the single lowest quarter for SG&A, and they've mentioned it in their business priorities that they're going to continue to focus on this to continue to cut costs, but we're actually seeing it take place within the numbers executed in real time. So looking at the other SG&A here, it definitely improved. And let's see what the stock price is doing. So I want to check. So now we're getting some action. Like it seems like the market's finally like digesting it. I think in a funny way because there was no earnings call. It kind of like maybe I don't know threw off the not necessarily the algos, but just the way the market reacted to it. Because a lot of people like even in here are pulling up saying that like oh when's the earnings call? Like is it tomorrow? Is it later? Like maybe you guys weren't aware, but it seems as if they're not doing one. And I think also with the numbers they reported, it's kind of the idea of like, just read what we done, like read what we doing, like we out here, like we're doing this, we're doing that, like this is what's happening. So long-term debt remains to limited to one low-interest unsecured loan from the French government, and cash equivalents are only 1.195 billion. So I think I got to get into here. How did it decrease a little bit? So it's down about 100 million. So it does become a matter though of how actually the cash flowed. So we'll have to see about that as I move on here. But again, cost of sales basically just crept up a couple million despite revenue it being increased about like 2.5%, I think approximately. So that's definitely nice. And then SG&A is really the big thing that I'm happy about. And I was kind of estimating GameStop to lose like 25 cents, right? If I go back here to look my GameStop notebook, possibly like an EPS of -8 cents or about $24 million loss. Come out with 1 cent operationally. And then if you move on here, of course, they do have the interest income, so that did help a lot because that's from the cash equivalents that's being factored in. But it still, as a whole, looks good to me. And it really is them moving in the right direction. And I think this really opens the door and creates the reality that Q3 can be profitable, or creates reality in the sense if this quarter was a loss of like 10, 11, maybe 15 cents per share, I'm not as optimistic going into Q3, but I feel like seeing that they already did well in this quarter, and there's already a lot of good game launches that took place, and then there's a lot of popular ones that are going on right now, and then you move into the holiday season with Q4, and that's where some people are mentioning, S&P 500, and Marantz has been mentioning that for a while, and shout out to him, he's also streaming right now, so, and he's been saying that for longer than I even thought of it, and he was like, this is, I think, the ultimate plan with where they're going. And if you look at the 26 weeks so far in the year, right, for 2023, they've reported 2 quarters now. Cumulatively, the EPS is only 17 cents negative per share. So that's not a lot because if Q3 even came in net zero or even similar to this one, Q4 historically does really well, and historically that's where they see the most of their net income. So I think them being profitable for the full year is very possible, and that's one of the last things they need to be S&P 500 eligible. Then the other thing they need is to be of the proper market capitalization. I forgot if it was like 8 or 11% or 8 or 11 billion off the top of my head, but as of right now, GameStop's at a $5.7 billion market cap, and in the after hours right now, we're moving, and that's not factoring in to this market cap calculation. So this is actually even a little bit higher as of right now as this price is moving up. But then also, if the price doesn't get there and then they are S&P 500 eligible, besides having the proper market cap, what better time is there then to go ahead and start repurchasing shares? So I think that's something that may come down the line. And I think tomorrow will definitely be green, like 10+%. But I think, we could see some volatility just seeing the way it's been already after hours very quickly. It's kind of doing nothing. And then everyone starts, like, as I'm reading it, as everyone's just starting to react to it, then it starts moving up. So we'll see. We'll see, right, what tomorrow brings. But overall, I mean, these are the most up-to-date numbers for the company. And with the company not, coming out with anything in any recent memory, it's nice to see updated numbers and really something that can be analyzed now and give us an idea as individual investors of where the company is currently at. But let me hit the chat real quick. There's a lot going on. I'll see if I can catch everything. Haven't had an earnings call since 2021. Oh, they have, Jonah, but just not this time. Setting 2 options of my GME shares. Hold or hodl. Ryan Cohen, November 8th, 2021. I like how you have the quote and you remember the date. But, thank you guys for being here. 30 by the end of the week. Mr. Over. Mr. Over 9,000. Possibly. I mean, that would be pretty wild. I don't know about that. Crazier things have happened though, but I wouldn't like bet all your marbles on that. I mean, also for me personally, like I'm a long-term guy with GameStop. Like I'm just buy and hold. I'm not touching options. That's me personally. Like there's money to be made if you know what you're doing with options and you like trading. Like don't get me wrong, but for me personally, like I'm just riding the waves of like liking the stock and just holding the stock because that's where I'm at personally. Like I used to play options a lot in the very beginning of everything happening with GameStop. So I think 21 is where we'll land for this earnings. Okay, not too bad. Dudes and dudettes shared plus 10%. Let's go. Did they have the call already? No, CVS Frog. There will be no earnings call today. No earnings call for today. 11:30 p.m. here, but should go to sleep, but can't. Woo, plus 12%. Yeah, I know what you mean, MGM. When you're fired up like that, you get fired up, and then it's like, damn, how am I supposed to sleep right now? But damn, yeah, I just realized the shadows are kind of weird on me. But yeah, if you see the analyst estimates scrolling on the bottom there, completely different than what we saw here, right? So definitely EPS was significantly better than they expected, and also top line revenue beat as well. Let's see, not yet. 21 stable, but either way, hodl. Yeah, Watcher always do what's best for you. That's what it's all about. 5,000 shares, holding them long term. Hadoukea, personally, or Hadouken, I think personally that's the way. I'm a long term kind of guy, and like long term investor. That's really the route I've gone, and just route I've started to go down. Like I'll tell a quick story that prior to just becoming, like, I would say an investor, whereas I used to be a trader, because I would just be always trying to catch the next big thing. And now that's why I always make the joke that, oh, like my source is close to me. Like I just got off the phone. Like, oh, this guy was telling me the craziest thing. He was telling me like the next GameStop is GME. GameStop. You know what I mean? Like it's always like the next thing. Like that's what the financial media will tell you. And I got very caught up in options originally, and I was very fortunate to make a ridiculous amount of money in January 2021, like more than I could have imagined, off a lucky option. And then I was playing through options volatility in the couple months after that. But all leading up to that, and also by the way, I'm a young individual. I'm only 23, so I have limited experience relative to the average person, but I've been messing with crypto, forex, stocks. I tried everything you can imagine from when I was in high school into early college. And then when I got involved with GameStop and I was playing the options, I done amazing. Then I was doing good again, and then doing bad, and then good. And then that was after a couple more months of like the initial January 2021 situation. Those couple months after, and then I said I'm done. I'm interested in investing in this company. And then also now, I've taken that perspective for when I'm looking at other stocks. Like I'm looking, is this investable, or is this like the next big thing? Like, yeah, sure, you could go for something big. Like if you think it's a big growth theme, there's a lot of potential to be the next big thing. But you got to understand, like that's such a challenging thing to go for. Whereas, GameStop, they're evolving their legacy business. So to me, it's a different type of situation than chasing the next big thing. And I don't know, that's a little bit of a tangent, but point being, if you're doing options or forex or crypto trade, anything you're doing, like know what you're doing, because it's so easy to get caught up in like the fast pace and the noise, and then all of a sudden it's not going the way you planned, and then you're overthinking things. And just really know yourself as an individual. That's really what I'm saying as a whole. And I've come to know myself as an individual where like I'm just not interested in options right now. I like crypto, like I like some Bitcoin and Ethereum. I'm not interested in any of the other small coins. I'm like I like a couple other stocks, I follow a little closely and I read about every stock, but GameStop's definitely my favorite. And I think it's just such a unique situation from everything that's happened with it since January 2021. I like to always say, great moments are born from great opportunity. And truly, what GameStop gained from January 2021 was a great opportunity to turn the company around. Ryan Cohen was buying shares leading into January 2021. He was buying pretty much up to December 2020, and that's where he acquired his 10+% stake, which when you own over 10%, then you're like a beneficial or not beneficial, or basically you own enough where you have to file publicly that you own it. So then that's when he expressed interest in writing a letter to the board saying, hey, I'm trying to come in. I want to be chairman. And by the way, I don't want any of the other board members there. I want to replace them all. And pretty much did a hostile corporate takeover type of deal, like a corporate raider type of move. Some people say like Carl Icahn, and then some people say, oh, the Carl Icahn Bed Bath Triple Quadra Super merger is coming. So not a fan of that either, personally. But having said all that, it's such a unique situation because they raised capital in the beginning. They were able to issue shares when share prices were elevated to completely pay off all their debt. Their only remaining debt now on the balance sheet, which you'll see right here, long-term debt, very limited. It's a loan with the French government, which you can see highlighted right here. This is literally the only loan. It's like one low-interest loan of 20 million relative to 1.2 billion of cash currently on the balance sheet. So I think that tells the story a lot, and they're not in a situation now where they have to desperately dilute, such as AMC is, because they raised capital in the beginning, they paid off all the bad debt, and they started, going down the Web3 route and trying to improve operations. But now they're really pushing it to that next level. And I think since Ryan Cohen's like boots on the ground as CEO, that's where they're just absolutely really, really pushing and able to get SG&A down to only 322 million now, because I think he's just really pushing from within. And when you have a strong leader, it really impacts the company's culture. And then also, you see departures. I think it's also obviously other employees there, like, okay, like it's either put in the work or this isn't going to work out. And not that that's necessarily what happened with Furlong or DJ or some of the other people let go. It might just be a situation of just there's another opportunity for them, or they're just trying to, further increase efficiency and just having less employees because they maybe don't need it, as they're just becoming more efficient and improving their systems and just operations as a whole to be run by less people, so they can have that less overhead costs and focus on the customer and the product, and then just vertically aligning the interests of those that are still working at the company, the customers, and the shareholders. I think that's what's so special about GameStop to me, is the strength of the brand name, because you have people that love the stock, people who love the company, and people who love the store. So it's executives, shareholders, and customers' interests that are all vertically aligned. And I think ever since January 2021, the brand name is as strong as it's ever been. I think it's nostalgic for a lot of people. People long love GameStop. But then on top of everything that's happened, I know for me personally, it's made me just as like excited about it again, and just taking it to like a whole new level. And I just, whenever I look at like a GameCube game that I still have, and it has like the old GameStop sticker of like used, like whatever. Like it was like, I think it's like Mario Party, where it's like it was still like $39.99 even used. It's crazy. Mario Party was like the like premium game back in the GameCube days when that was like the main device I was using. Damn, sweating, getting too excited, too much coffee. Gotta have a fan on here. Trying to hit the chat a little. Damn, no, for real. Thank you guys all for being here. Like, I really can't thank you enough. Like, definitely my best stream and just riding the waves. The 10Q's out, damn bro, you're a young buck. Yes, sir, I am. Got a lot more life to live and learn. And this is also like a big documentation thing for me in terms of my stream. But Weeble says there's a post earnings call. It's possible September that Weeble just has like an automated thing there, but my guy, you were gambling, now you're wiser. Exactly, Haduka, exactly. Watch him. I watched the volatility. Let's see, GME 21, sell 23, phone risky, it's sell 21. 1 million drop in DRS. Damn, yeah, Frederick, I kind of anticipated that. Platinum Sparkles had brought up a good point from Superstonk. She had replied on my tweet that reminding me that Mainstar undirectly registered shares from the IRA custodian that does self-directed IRAs. Basically, the shares were in the name on a computer share account, Mainstar, FBO, whoever would hold them, like in their IRA. So people were directly registering shares through an IRA, which was Mainstar. The Mainstar was like, sorry, we're not doing that anymore. We're bringing them back to Mainstar itself, like your IRA there, not in a computer share account. And I think that was for about 1.5 million or so shares. So with that being the case, like I think that kind of makes sense. I hope they cancel at the last minute. Either way, I profit. What time is the earnings call? Pardeep, I don't think there's an earnings call. It appears there's not. 75.4 million of shares, Class A common stock, were directly registered to holders that are transfer agent. So, I'm definitely a fan of DRS, and I want to be very clear, if you're going to directly register shares, like for me, I think, we've seen the buy button go away. Anything's possible, right? But also you got to determine, what brokerage you want to use. You want to trust the brokerage you use. But all in all, what I think it is really important to remember is you have to make the best decision for you as an individual. So if directly registering your share is what you think is best for you, and you fully understand what it means when your share is directly registered, like if you don't fully get it, you shouldn't do it. Like unless you exactly know what it means, you shouldn't do it. And you have your reasons to do it, then you do it. If you say, well, I don't want this, I don't like that, then you don't. So I think everyone has to do what's best for them as an individual. And I think, a lot of individuals have started to recognize that it may be wise to have shares, directly in your name. But at the end of the day, I think this is how you kind of get away from that like collective talk of like, oh, it's they and we and this and that, because it's about individual investors at the end of the day. And then I think that's also where you see like these narratives come in to try and like split people apart and like, oh, well, we don't think the same, so screw you, screw them. And it's like all this like nonsense arguing, but it's like, okay, well, yeah, we don't think the same, but we could just agree to disagree. We both still just like the stock type of deal. So yeah, I don't know, but I want to see. Here's the AK. Or oh yeah, the 10Q is what I need, right? In order to get that. Hey, everyone's saying hello from around the world. It's awesome. Thank you guys for being here. Once the movie Dumb Money drops in a few weeks, I think we'll see another pump. It's possible, Magic. It's possible. That's a valid point. See, we're falling back a little bit right now, but it doesn't only mean so much. We'll see what actually happens tomorrow during the day for the price action. But yeah, it's a good point. I kind of forgot about that coming up. How did you come up with Tetron? Did you buy that headset from GameStop? Yes, sir. I did buy it from GameStop. And yeah, I don't know. I just came up with that. I thought it was a cool name. But holy shit, the DRS number exactly 1.2 million shares. Remember the Meanstar 1.2 million rug pull? 1.2 million less than last quarter. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense, unfortunately. But cheers, everyone. Hit the like button. Thank you, ever. Much appreciated. Fun fact, in the Super Mario Bros. Movie, Luigi ringtone is the GameCube boot up sound. Oh, that's awesome, Hadouken. That's, sorry. Hadouken. I keep mispronouncing, my bad. But that's actually amazing. I still have to see the Mario movie. I mean, it seems, kind of goofy and like obviously it's a kids movie, but I feel like I gotta see it just because I grew up like playing Mario and stuff like that. So it's just iconic. But that's awesome because I know that's a like that GameCube sound is awesome. Hadouken. Okay, I got you. Tomorrow we should see a nice pump. This was pretty good. Can't wait till Q3 results come out. Exactly, Calvin. Exactly. It's like now it's like, all right, on the Q3, and then whatever may be in between, right? Whatever we may see. Hold on, I'm gonna make it a little brighter in here. It's getting too dark. Or are we gonna? Oh no, my future's too bright. But damn, yeah, for real. Thank you guys for being here. Let's see what else we got here in the report. Anything else that like necessarily stands out? So we see they spent less on inventory this year. So I think that's just them operating a little bit more nimbly and efficiently. And also just having the retail systems in place because I think, this light's going to be annoying, but I think, I said this in the past, but maybe some of you weren't here when I was doing some other streams where basically in the past, right? You know what? This is just such a good earnings. I think I have to put on my shades. My future's too bright. It's like GameStop. But I think this is a situation where I completely lost my train of thought now from being goofy, but basically it's going to be the song and dance, right? Of are they really going to consistently be profitable? And I think they will be. And in doing that, I think the market just naturally starts to react over time and it will just naturally push the price higher. And if there is, some suspicious underlying things that allegedly go on with the shares, right? It's all going to kind of bubble to the surface over time. So We'll have to see how it all goes down exactly. Damn, also, I've been streaming for a minute, so I'm trying to get burnt out, man. But what a quarter. Really, what a quarter. I'm impressed. I'm thinking it's even better than I thought, better than most thought. I know some people were guiding for positive EPS completely, but that would have been massive. And I mean, even Morantz was saying when I was talking to him before, a number in the like 330s for the SG&A estimate. So it came in even better than I thought, better than he thought. I would imagine better than an analyst estimate because they were guiding for EPS of about 14 cents. So the actual results, we can put them in here now. So it is 3 cents after, like officially, or that's after, where is it? So it's officially, because if you account for 1 cent loss per share operationally, but if you subtract the interest income, it'd actually be like the 3 cents per share. So I'm going to say 1 though, because that is like the actual loss per share, like at the bottom line. In terms of my records here, or 1 cent, or a million of 2.8, which is just crazy. It's such a like limited loss relative to last year, and the fact that revenue was only about 2.5% increase or so, which did miss my estimate slightly, but I didn't expect cost of goods to come in this low in a scenario where we would get an EPS like this. But that's also why, I was going through like multiple scenarios in the beginning. Like these are some numbers I was running, and I didn't even get a chance to fully finish them. And then there was a couple times things were crashing before, and I was like redoing the numbers. So you really have to toy with the numbers a lot to really get an idea and just to kind of get perspective. And now that we actually see like actual results, it gives us, the actual numbers here that we can actually calculate it in for future estimates. And for those that missed it before, the SG&A thing is huge. That it was only SG&A was, let's pull it from here, make it nice and clean. Only 322.5. 322.5 is incredibly low. Whoa, I didn't want that, but 322.5. So that was the lowest for any single quarter for GameStop as far back as the data as I have. That is like 2019. It's lower than last quarter, so cumulatively it's gone down. And also they still have a liability that is the IMX grant on the balance sheet, and then also that's slowly being accounted for within SG&A for the next couple quarters, but it's going to be done, I believe, after Q3. So SG&A significantly improved from last quarter, and then you have the revenue, which was actually, and then I'll have to sort this data on my own, like not actually on the stream. But yeah, I'm definitely happy. I'm definitely happy. I mean, some will say, like the naysayers will say, oh, this is nothing, they still haven't done shit, blah, blah, blah. But to me, this is what their focus has been, just continuously improving, right? So with that being the case, and we're seeing improvements, I think that's what it's all about, right? And we saw, the new game launches definitely help. GameStop Pro maybe slightly helped the top line, and definitely, the type of goods they're actually selling is impacting it, because I was talking about it again a little bit before, but to touch on it once more, you saw cost of sales go up, but only like a couple million, right? Whereas revenue went up like 30-ish million, or about 25 million increase, right? Yeah, roughly. And then just a couple of million of cost of sales increase, and then a significant difference on SG&A. That's literally a $65 million swing. No, $55 million swing. I was right the first time. $55 million swing on SG&A is just such a huge change. And also this interest income is going to continue to come in as long as we're in a high interest rate environment and they have a lot of cash and cash equivalents. They're capable to just keep it in money market accounts, high yield savings, potentially like 1 month treasury bills. But yeah, I think I got to get the slide off my face. But yeah, also something, guys, if you want to stick with me, I'm going to keep working on my setup. So by next earnings, this is going to be a way cleaner setup. I got a desktop here that's going to be rocking and rolling. But this is like, GameStop just its future's so bright, right? I got to keep my shades on. It's too bright. I can't help it. But see what else you guys are saying in the chat. Got the side pad because I still got the amateur setup. But oh, Adam, you're still here. Adam, it was a better than expected report. I thought you said they were gonna do terrible. What happened? Okay, let's see. Will Q3 not show profit because they have to buy inventory for Q4? Not necessarily September. So it's possible we see a Q3 profit because in adding inventory, right? Like where you're seeing that is on the cash flow statement. Where were we? So right here, you see where they're actually like acquiring inventory, and that's how you get the net cash flows used in the operating activities. So it's a part of the operating activities, but in terms of turning a profit for EPS, it's not going to be factored in that way. It would be more so about them having like lower SG&A year over year, and then also just increasing revenue, hopefully. Let's see. What do you see as catalyst for Q3? I feel like Q2 was successful partially due to Zelda, the Kingdom release. I feel like you have Madden, you have NBA, NHL, like all those games coming out. So those are just like cycle games, so to speak. That's definitely nothing huge. But you also have Starfield that just came out. You have the new Call of Duty game that's coming out. Well, that's going to be Q4, if I'm not mistaken. And there's some other games that are coming out right now, and I feel like this year in gaming as a whole, in terms of games coming out and game studios delivering, it's a lot more than what we saw in 2022. So with that being the case, I think there's like a wider spread of games that could draw attention, but I think there's just still strength in the gaming category as a whole. Michael Ayers says, "Do you still believe in MOAS, Tetron?" That's a great question. So to me, definition of MOAS has changed. So yes and no. I believe in it in the sense that what it is to me now is an elongated period where the stock price just continues to rise, but I don't think it's going to be a rapid, sudden type of thing. I think it'll just be a really elongated short squeeze. That's my personal opinion. And, if there's allegedly some strange things that go on with shares behind the scenes, I think so long as the company succeeds, drives forwards, they get to profitability consistently, then they start to repurchase shares, potentially dividends in the future, acquisitions, new branches of their business, such as launching the 2 terabyte hard drive, which if you haven't seen, look on their website, GameStop 2 terabyte hard drive, and they came out with their own GameStop branded hard drive. It's specifically for PS5, but it is PC compatible. So if they do more PC parts type of things, I think that'd be great because it would increase hardware's margins across the board. I mean, if you calculate hardware as a whole, so there's some scenarios where hardware might not be that profitable, but I think with that, it can be profitable for them, especially if they're building it in-house. So potentially looking for more of that. But basically, it will come down to like what are they actually operating? Like are they able to continue to like turn a profit and just deliver shareholder value? Because if you're delivering shareholder value, then anything that's underneath will just naturally bubble to the surface. And to me, it's the icing on the cake of a good investment already, like without some potentially strange things that go on. And on top of it, you just have so much strength in the brand name. Like something I think they could really do also, which I think they'd make pretty decent margins on this, is clothing and just merch. There's a lot of people who would buy new GameStop merch, especially if they did some creative stuff. They partnered with some kind of artist or something. Also, the potential for them to partner with streamers if they get into Web3. So I think there's still like a lot more of this story to be written. Like I think this saga is like so far from over, to be honest. So to me, like definition of MOAS has totally changed, but like general concept is still there, if that kind of makes sense. I'm called a short. Yeah, Adam is big time short. Don't feed the trolls. Blocked them and said, I got a short guy in the chat. So can you explain why SG&A is so significant? Not that well versed in balance sheet. Frederick, I got you. So yeah, as an individual, I'm just learning as I go, and that's why I'm doing these streams, right? Just so everyone can keep learning, just keep discussing things. So basically, SG&A for the most part is like their overhead costs, like their general like employees, and just cost of doing business, like that's not the actual item they're selling. So if you have lower overhead costs, then if you're selling more and more merchandise and you're able to sell higher margin merchandise on top of it, then what your net profit is as a whole will improve. So basically, if you're lowering SG&A, your overhead costs. So that's why you've seen like Diana Sahed Jihad. I always mispronounce her name, so just call her DJ because Morant had called her that. And then on top of it, Matt Furlong's gone. You see a lot of big names like that, and it seems like they're downsizing and just giving more individuals who are already there further responsibility and further share compensation. So in doing that, they have less overhead costs. And then also if they're compensating them in shares, it's based on a value most of the time at the time they sign the offer letter. So if in the future the shares are worth more, it's not like they have to pay more. They will be paying upfront, or they'll be paying based on the, if it's not upfront, it's over an elongated period of time. It's based on the valuation of the shares when the deal is signed. So that's how they're able to save a little bit. And then as a whole, it's just their overhead costs. So if your overhead costs are lower, it just becomes then, okay, well, we better sell the best products. If you have massive overhead costs, then you just have like a glooming shadow, so to speak. I hope that that helps off like just the dome there. But SNA shows how lean the company operates. Exactly. Low expenses equal good. Exactly. Yes. September said it well. I got you, Frederick. Yeah, Larry Chang tweet. Oh, let's see. Let's say Larry Chang says progress on Groove, making progress. Groove GME. Frederick, feel free to watch this other live stream balance sheet issues. Does this stuff. Merritt's Rants also has video. It goes over the hidden profits on the balance sheet. Thank you, September. Much appreciated. And yes, indeed, GME is going to be a tech company bullish. I think you're right, Robert. I think it's not exactly maybe how it was drawn up and not how the public's viewing it at this moment in time. But I think over time, that's really where it's going. Might check that out depending on what happens when he gets my message. I got you. Might also help other first-time chat watchers in the chat. Yeah, Cardsmith partnership too. Oh, I didn't see that. Citron Invest said stock back to $20 fast, and look where we are from today's trading day. Yeah, and I mean honestly, that's pre-stock split, so that's actually $80 when they had said that. So that's pretty funny. I mean, it actually would be only $80 right now if it had never split. So it never even officially went back to like 20 fast. Definitely. Thanks for the quick rundown. I got you, Frederick. Got you. Love GameStop. Cost Ape, thanks for being here. Me too. I do love GME. But will it go up tomorrow? Assembly Sand, potentially. Potentially. We're definitely seeing some volatility. The after hours, they want to show me here. And this really seems like it's a decoupling moment from AMC and like truly breaking free of the chains that are AMC. I mean, is it breaking free of the meme name? I don't think yet. I think when they boast a consistent profit and then potentially join the S&P 500, that's where it can really shake the meme name. But for now, they're still going to have to deal with it. They're still going to try and force associate. It's going to say, oh, GME is going to be next because their cash decreased a little bit. But if you look at operations, like there's just such an improvement. And I'm trying to see, is there any other fine print? Let's see. For the 3 and 6 months ended July 29, 2023, transformation costs include severance, stock-based compensation forfeits related to workforce optimization efforts in the U.S. See, that's what I was talking about, where they're kind of, narrowing down the roles. They're giving more work to some people, but it's being just adjusted how they operate from within, and they're just trying to operate more nimbly. And I think those that are getting more responsibility though are getting more compensation, because you do have to think like more employees, more health insurance, more training, more this, more that. So it's better to have like 10 extremely excellent employees than 20 good employees. At least that's my viewpoint, and not that they should just kick people to the curb if there actually is room for improvement with them. But I think, part of evolving how a company operates, it is actually just working with different people and seeing who fits like the new company culture. So also, and other costs in connection with our transformative initiatives, this amount excludes accelerated lease amortization and fixed asset costs, which have not been factored into our non-GAAP measures, but are included in total transition costs. Okay, so that's what we see here. This amount includes accelerated lease amortization and fixed asset costs. Okay, I already said that. Whoops. For the 3 and 6 months ended July 30, 2022, the transformation cost includes the impact of stock-based compensation forfeits, partially offset by cash severance costs related to workforce optimization efforts in connection with our transformative initiatives. Let's see, so this is it being forfeited, but that seems like way too much. 100 million. I'm not sure. And then two derivatives and other includes an overall net gain from our divestiture of our business operations in Europe. Yeah, so I'll be honest with you guys. Like I'm reading it live. It's way more difficult than when I've previously read through the numbers a little bit and taken some notes on it. Like I'm just reacting to it live. So if you're wondering why I'm kind of all over the place, it's just it's all real time right now. Like, okay, this is what it is. This is something I'm seeing. This is something that's that. Oh, what about this? What about that? So, all just straight reactionary. But I'll definitely come back. If you guys want to subscribe, drop a like. Always much appreciated. But if you subscribe, you can see a future video where I'll break this down, more step by step, more organized, and like have my thoughts together and really have just fully seen the big picture of the report and just digested it. Because anything that happens with GameStop, I try to make a rule of like before I react too heavily one way or another, like let it kind of sit for 24 hours or at least 12 hours until the next day. So okay, the hype's that gone or like the stress is gone or whatever it may be, and like let's just try and take a completely logical viewpoint of what's going on here. And not that I'm like panicked right now or something, but yeah, I think it's good. I really do think it's good, but I think I can better formulate what I want to say about what I'm seeing. That's what I'm trying to say in the future. But something I do like here is, net sales is down, but costs of sales is down even more. So, they are making sure that the cost of sales is staying lower, which is what I'm kind of seeing as of late. And with that being the case, I think that's evident of them focus on higher margin items, even though we see collectibles didn't do too well. That was somewhere a little further down. So even though collectibles haven't done too well over the past 2 quarters, and those are generally higher margin items, that shows me that their product catalog as a whole is shifting to focus on things where they can actually make money. So obviously people say like, oh, disc games are dead. It's like, yeah, and it's like, yeah, that's not something where they're going to make a ton of money. It's always going to be a part of their business, but all in all, they're going to have more like devices and parts and things where that you can actually have it purchased for like a manufacturer price, and then GameStop can turn around and sell it for higher. And then also, I think they push clearance a lot right now because as they've been trying to sort out what's the best inventory to send where, because they've had retail technology in place, they have the new management in place to really identify, all of the data that they're receiving since their time there, because prior to the new management team there really wasn't good like technology keeping track of like what was selling where, why is this better in this region, this sells better online, so they couldn't really optimize the inventory. So I think in having that now and a couple of years of data, they can start to make better decisions and then also promote like selling the clearance items like the extra 5% off for pro members, for example, because then you can get that extra shelf space back and then now replace that with more of another item that's selling more. So I think just operating like really efficiently is really what's driving them forwards right now. And don't get me wrong, like some people say, oh, like, oh, they really have to do like an acquisition or make like a big move in a different direction to really grow. Like, yeah, I think that'll absolutely help. And yeah, that's how maybe they do something massive. But in doing that, that's something that costs capital. So you have to determine if you're GameStop then, okay, if we're going to spend X amount of dollars on this new project, like we should expect it to return X amount of dollars over the next several years. So you have to manage like your risk to reward in terms of investing in the new opportunity. So I think the route they've kind of shifted to with Web3 is going down the path of, hey, we're trying to get involved in this, but in getting involved in this, we're going to do it nimbly and just simply and not overspend. Like we're gonna have a presence in it. We're gonna go for it and try and facilitate it. But if, for example, with the wallet, the reason I think they're winding it down, and by the way, if you have assets in the GameStop wallet, make sure you do get them out of there by November. I believe that's when the wallet shuts down, or maybe it's the end of October. But if you don't, then you can just recover it as long as you have your recovery phase. But if you're GameStop and you keep the wallet, and you see there's a lot of regulatory crackdown going around on just digital assets and crypto around the world, I think it's still very much something that's going to be involved in games in the future, and it's just where everything's going. There's evidence of other companies getting involved in digital assets. Like I hesitate to say NFTs because people are like, oh, NFTs. But it's really just what it is underlying the digital asset. It's about what it actually is, not like the fancy blockchain side of it. It's just the idea that blockchain facilitates it. But where I'm going with it is if there's regulatory scrutiny and just weird things happen, like you don't want to be in a situation if you're GameStop where you're getting sued for the wallet because it's not, you're regulatorily not feasible to be facilitating these transactions, whatever baloney the lawsuit is. You have to spend so much on lawyers and lawyering up and just legal fees and etc. So I think if it's something that can avoid that, that might be part of the reason. They just don't want to deal with any legal troubles. And also just the idea that if Web3 is going to become a bigger thing in gaming, like I was kind of saying, is people need to be able to be playing Web3 games without even knowing they're playing Web3 games. Like they're just playing a new game and they're enjoying it. And they're like, oh, like I actually like have the right to this asset. But it's just like they logged in like with their email with like a code texted to it. But there's like a wallet connected. Like that's the logistics or like the quirks of it that I don't exactly have an answer to or like a thought on particularly, where like I'd have to look into it more or just gain a little bit better understanding like what's, but that's also where I trust like a strong management team of like going the best route to make it easy for people to use, but also like give them that capability of like truly owning their own assets, but not being a thing where you have to like log into a wallet or remember a seed phrase, just super simple like you would log into anything else. So I think that's kind of the challenge with that. But, overall, again, if they're just continuing to improve the core business operations and just operate nimbly and efficiently as they put it in their business priorities, then they're going to be able to turn a profit on a year by year basis, in my personal opinion. And when that happens, then you have the capability to repurchase shares. And with a lot of individuals who just like the stock and not that many shares outstanding, they haven't diluted since diluting to pay off all their debt at the very start of things. So, with that being the case, I don't see them issuing more shares. I only see them potentially repurchasing them. And with not a lot of shares trading each day, then just a little bit of share repurchasing can go a long way. Like it won't even take a lot of actually share repurchasing to like push the price up. That's my thought at least, because if there's just a lot of shares that are just already held by tons of individuals and just there's not that many circulating each day. So if GameStop just came in and repurchased 1 million shares in one day, that could easily account for like 1/4 of a day's volume, which would just be insane and theoretically mean like a large price movement, right? Theoretically, but we'll have to see if that gets announced at some point, like an extended share repurchase program, or extended or just rebranded, whatever the official like terminology is for it, because they currently do have capability to repurchase like $100 million worth of shares under an old share repurchase plan from like 2019, 2020 when Michael Burry was involved, and he wrote to the board and encouraged them to repurchase shares because the stock was so heavily shorted at that time. But let's see. Yeah, everyone's popping in. AMC can die. Yeah, where did all the cash go? 1.1 at the beginning. Now 900 million. No, it's not 900 million. I don't think. I don't know. I'm still just looking at everything live. So yeah, 900 million, but also keep in mind the marketable securities. That's also what it's accounted for, if that's what you meant there. Because marketable securities, if you look further down, it's just T-bills. Trimming SG&A equal more, getting more lean. Exactly. They invested in distribution centers too. Oh, okay, nice. Let's look at that. Fear because the S&P is through a vote and GME wouldn't get voted in for some reason. Yeah, exactly. September. That's a great point. And then that's what I fear about like a lot of individuals directly registering shares. Could that be a reason? Like, oh, it can't enter the S&P because the stock's not liquid enough, right? Something like that. Would that be a baloney reason? And then it's like, oh, is that like make DRS bad? And then it raises all kinds of questions like that. But I think again, with where you're owning your share, that's your own individual decision. You have to decide what's best for you and like where you want your share. So, having said that, it's possible though there's another BS reason. It's like, oh yeah, it's this or that, or why we can't get at GameStop in the S&P. But I think if they just continue to deliver results and expand, I mean, look at Tesla for example. I feel like that was denied for a long time, and eventually they had no choice but to let it in. But also, that was a situation where they were losing a lot of money for a long time, and just investing constantly in research and development, and just expanding. When do we hear DRS numbers? Zlatan, I don't see it. Someone told me we're down about 1.5 million from the same quarter of last quarter. Same quarter. No, not same quarter. From last quarter, Q1. As you can see, I'm getting burnt out at this point. But I believe it's coincided with the Mainstar un-DRSing of shares, which is the custodian Mainstar for IRA accounts, whereas allowing individuals to directly register shares on ComputerShare through their self-directed IRA service. And then they just randomly said recently, like, sorry, we can't have that anymore. Or they said it in Q2. So it kind of coincides with the less directly registered shares. But I directly registered a few more shares during this quarter. So that factor in, we'll have to see. But hello, Boyo. What up? Super Slacker. Thanks for being here. 1 penny loss is huge, though. Expected 14 cents per share. Exactly. Allerzipper. I can't even. Sorry, I'm so bad at saying the names on the spot, but let's call you Al. But yeah, Al, for real, that's a great improvement. And to me, I've been talking about this pretty much the whole time now. In past like 30 minutes, like a broken record. But SG&A, like it's just such a big improvement there. And now it's just very much a factor in EPS being able to be lower, much lower. And then this is the interest income. I'm not sure what the other net income is. So yeah, no forward guidance. Deep fried donut. Nature of GameStop is they're not ever putting out guidance. Like since Ryan Cohen's been involved, they've been very quiet and just don't believe us, just watch type of mentality. And I'm watching and I like what I see, and I think they're gonna continue to improve. Seems like what players aiming at, ease of playing Web3 games through a game launcher. Yeah, exactly, Frederick. That's what I was thinking. But, with disconnecting from Telos, it still says on there in the top banner, like, build on Telos. And it's been announced now that they're no longer working with Telos. So I feel like they're still building GameStop Player, potentially with Immutable. I know they're still involved with them because obviously they have the IMX grants. But you have to wonder like exactly what it's going to look like. I know I definitely do, and maybe there's something I could see like in the code or something I'm missing, but I'm definitely curious what it's actually going to look like. New here, sub to you. What's up? Owning the float. Thanks for being here. Hope you're doing well. Much appreciated on that. Its market cap must be at least 8.2 billion. The sum of its earnings in the previous 4 quarters must be positive. How much marketable securities was it in last quarter? Freshmaker, what up? Freshmaker, it was about 250 million last quarter. So there's more marketable securities now because there was about 50 million that matured. I can see on the cash flow statement. Yeah, so $102 million worth of marketable securities were purchased and 58 million matured. So there's about an additional 50 million worth, just really moving from cash equivalents to marketable securities on the balance sheet. That's really all it is. But yeah, 8.2 billion, it's not impossible. And let's see what the price is doing after hours now. Not too much, not too much. I think it's really going to take the market seeing like consistent positive EPS to see like big reactions after hours for GameStop. But also there's tomorrow still ahead, so we'll see. And I'm curious if AMC is moving at all. What a terrible day for AMC. And of course, dilution for AMC is announced literally today. That's what we were saying before, some of us. We're a bit off from the S&P inclusion. True, Dakota, but I think share repurchases will really go a long way in pushing them towards that because you're right. It does have to be the cumulative 4 quarters. So the cumulative quarters right now are for EPS, see 26 weeks ended, negative 17 cents. So if next quarter, let's say it just comes in about the same, about even, and then quarter 4, we get like 40, 50 cents positive EPS, potentially even $1 we've seen in the past. That's extremely exciting because then the cumulative 4 quarters and the most recent quarter would have been net positive. And then at that point, if they're just repurchasing shares, that would be the last pillar of what they need. But again, it is a vote and like it is to be determined. I'm convinced Adam Aaron is in cahoots with short sellers now. The way he's diluting his shareholders is not sustainable. GME is the only remaining play now. Trinidad, I think you're right, honestly. And I mean, in terms of him, like GME being the only play, in terms of like the plays, so to speak, or like the meme stocks, I think yes, GameStop is just simply different than the rest. And it's not even that he's necessarily in bed with them. I mean, Morantz has some great videos called Connecting the Dots. If you want to check it out, definitely some interesting information there. I think you would find. But it's not even necessarily that, or it doesn't even have to be that. Because to me, it's like they can't even raise any more capital. Who wants to? What bank would want to loan money to AMC? It would be at the most ridiculous interest rate. So, especially in the high interest rate environment, even without a high interest rate environment, with just not a good business model, it's just not operating efficiently. It's simply not going to be able to loan money. So their only choice to just stay alive is to just dilute, dilute, dilute. It's literally the only choice they have, unfortunately. So glad I sold it at $60 pre-ape. Reinvested on GME and solar stocks. Tradad, I'm very happy. I'm very happy for you that you didn't get stuck with it, because it's unfortunate. Some people did get burned. You know, some people just getting caught up in the hype, like, unfortunately. But it is what it is, right? You have to take it as a learning experience, I feel like, if anything else, because if it happened, it happened. And the sad part is, like, some people will maybe never invest again or be really discouraged from investing because they had a bad experience with it and just were following the wrong people. But, you know, I think those that learned from it really, you know, were like, okay, like, I see, like, baloney when I see it now. Like, I know baloney when I see it, because there's some baloney that wound up happening with AMC, unfortunately. Let's see. Yes, glad I found this channel. You guys are cool. Dakota, thanks for popping in. Yeah, no, just always hanging out, just talking the stock and just seeing what's going on. Let's see. Are they not doing a webcast like usual this time? Gustav, yeah, no, thank you for being here. But it appears there will be no conference call. I mean, it doesn't appear there was none. I think it would have happened at this point. It's always 5 o'clock. And also, the main thing was when they had announced the earnings, right? Like for it. See, there was no earnings call listed here. See, it just says it will report second quarter 2023 results after the market closes on Wednesday, September 6, 2023. And then, if you look back here, when they previously announced it, whoop, this is the actual results. Announcing the date for it said it'll be after the market closes on Wednesday, June 7th, 2023. The company will hold an investor conference call 5 p.m. Eastern on the same day to review its results. The call and supplemental information can be accessed on GameStop's investor relations website. And I have the phone number, the confirmation code, view source, and business wire. So they completely just didn't even have that this time. So that's where I started to realize, I'm like, damn, yeah, they're not going to have an earnings call now, are they? But let's fucking go. Fitzy, yo, what's good, man? Yeah, great quarter, am I right? Adam was still in here before. He was still talking, but it's all good. He's still bearish on the stock, but that's all right. I just like the stock. But yeah, definitely surprised me. I think you were saying the same, right? It's definitely probably a surprise for you too. I wonder where the 200 million went if they only bought 50 million in securities. Yeah, Fresh Maker. That's one of those things I have to kind of look through. Like, I'm starting to look through, but I was saying before, I don't know if you caught it, where it's like it's so hard to do it like in real time and fast and just analyze. And like I'm trying to hit the chat and read and just react, you know. So looks like part of it was inventory or accounts payable and accrued liabilities. And also, you know, I was saying this in the past, and like I'm trying to do this. I gotta watch like a long form video, really going over like the specifics of GAAP accounting. Like I know how to read a balance sheet, a cash flow statement, an income statement generally, but I really want to have like the mega details down, so I could be answering like questions for you guys and just really identify like exactly how the capital moves. So gonna make sure I do that. Oh, it's like GameStop shining on me. Just absolutely bright future. But waiting our next big moves on the next console announcements, PS5 Pro. Yeah, Mika Vita. And then you also have the Switch 2 that's going to come out next year. And then if GameStop does do more PC parts, I think that's extremely exciting, because building a PC is a huge thing these days. And I literally want to build a PC. That's something I want to do, because also I'm literally just streaming on a Microsoft Surface laptop right now, and I need just a nice setup and just organization. So eventually I'm going to have a PC, and I do want to build it. So if GameStop wants to have their own branded parts, I'll be very happy to shop GameStop. In general, I'm going to try and shop GameStop in doing it. But if they had GameStop branded parts, I think that's even more exciting and further utilizing the brand name. And also, just to quickly say it again, I said it before, I think they need more merch. There's a lot of people that just love GameStop. Like, look what I got on right now. Almost poked myself in the face with the pencil, but look at the GameStop shirt, and I like the merch. So if they launch more merch, I think that'd be great. Maybe some still haven't matured, so it still adds up to 200 million. Won't have market cap for S&P 500. We don't. Not considering not eating out to buy more GameStop. Exactly. Yeah, September. That's how it be, right? Like when you just save a little money by like not eating out, stuff like that. It's those moments where I'm like, I could buy more GameStop if I choose not to order DoorDash right now or whatever it is, right? But what's up? Sorry, I've been busy with the 3D printing. You're good, Brett. No worries. Hope you're doing well. I'm sure you saw the results. Better than expected. So I'm happy. That's for sure. Brett, we winning indeed. When does DRS number come out? Zod, I don't think it's on here. I don't know where people saw it. Maybe in the SEC filings. Oh, in the 10Q. Okay, this is where it would be. DRS. Damn, this is a long one. There's a lot in this damn. So let's see. We can get probably Control F computer share would come up. Maybe not. How is it presented? That's also the question. But it also could be just still loading. So formal stuff. So we do next blue chip sooner than later. Repayments on French loan is 2.7 million. How much was that loan? Wasn't big, and they're only debt, right? French loan is only 1% until 2026. Exactly, September. Yeah. Pull it up here. So yeah, the French loan at this point, it's a total of. It's the long-term debt. So right at the top here, you can see. Long-term debt remains limited to one low-interest unsecured term loan with the French government. So they narrowed it down to one loan. A previous filing said it was like 3 loans, but like collectively all an interest rate like below 1%. But here, where was I? Oh man, I totally lost my spot. Oh yes, so here's that loan, 23.6 million, and the current portion of it, meaning what they're expected to pay in the next 12 months. Is right here because current is within 12 months. So the current portion of the long-term debt is 11 million and the long-term debt total is 23.6, but it's still so limited relative to the actual cash equivalents and marketable securities. But let me try and take a look at the cash flow statement here. And I'll be honest, like I might not be able to just totally recognize it on the spot, but I want to see exactly why there was a decrease in 164 million of cash. But also, the first thing that stands out to me is there was more purchases of marketable securities than those that matured. So the net difference here of like 40 or 50 million is actually just cash moving from the cash on the balance sheet to the marketable securities section. So that's why cash maybe looks a little bit worse off than it is, but it is still lower. So this number is really more like negative 110 million, 120, because if you take the difference of these, it's really just a matter of it moving on the balance sheet from here to here type of thing. And again, as interest rates rise, not that it's necessarily good for the products they're purchasing, for their cost of sales or the consumer, but if the interest rates are going to rise anyway because inflation's rising, then at least they'll be able to continue to earn a decent amount on the cash. And then inventories purchased. And then this is what I have to see here, accounts payable, incurred liabilities. So that's a little bit higher, and I think that's partly just from leases going up for, interest rates factor in everything, right? Because higher interest rates also would theoretically mean that higher premiums are going to be charged on the leases that they have. So this is like the portion in this current quarter that they paid for the leases. And then operating lease of use ratio and liabilities. Capital expenditures. Settlement of stock-based rewards. None this time because they're not really hiring at this point. I think they're downsizing. So that's how you kind of get to the number here. Again, I have to digest this further. And really what I'm going to try and do this time is like print it out and go, oh, literally straight bug. Yeah, this is the condensed version. Let's go a little more detailed. Oh, sorry, this is the 26-week version. But, if you look at the 26-week version, it gives you an idea of what the full year is going to look like. So already net income's improved significantly. on the bottom line, cash flow looks better, but again, you got to account for the marketable securities. And, as we get into Q3, then it really starts to become about the full year of 2023. And Q3 will be slightly pivotal, right, in terms of what the full year will look like, but it really mostly will come down to Q4, in my opinion. And something that's kind of interesting is collectibles are generally a higher margin category, but we're actually seeing this not do as well compared to last year. Whereas last year I was looking at the numbers for collectibles and comparing them to the 2021 numbers, and I was like, oh, they're doing better there. But now it seems like they're focused more on the hardware and accessories, and I think they're going for generally just higher end items. So the average customer is probably spending more per shopping trip, I would imagine, because generally speaking, if you're selling higher margin items, especially like hardware and like accessories type of things, then you're in a spot where you're actually going to make more on a higher margin. Like on a higher priced item, there's more of a chance to make like a better margin. Like you might buy it, like if it's an item you're selling in the store for like $150, you might be able to buy it from the manufacturer for like 120. Whereas if it's on a smaller scale, you might buy it from the manufacturer for 9 and then only sell it for 10. So when your price point of the item is bigger, this is again very generally speaking, it always comes down to like the actual items they're selling, but generally when price points are higher, there's more room for a margin to be made, especially in GameStop's case where they're the storefront. And in the case of them launching more things such as the 2 terabyte hard drive, that they launched, which by the way, look it up on the GameStop website if you haven't already. It's their own brand, and it wasn't even available for purchase. You could pre-order it until September 1st. So this is very new. So it's something else I'm keeping an eye on. And something else that just crossed my mind today. You might think like, okay, well, what else are they doing? Think about the Milan, Italy store. That's kind of been forgotten about. I don't think it was in the newsroom, but basically the Milan, Italy store was a store that was opened earlier this year. It was about 4 or 5 months ago at this point, I believe, and it was a 3-level store. One level is how you'd imagine your average GameStop now, just typical GameStop, and then they had another level dedicated to streaming and events type of thing. So I think just good for foot traffic and bringing people in for experiences. And then they have another level. I don't know if it's exactly the top, bottom, whatever, but it's like a 3-level store. They have another portion of it that's dedicated more so to kids and board games and things like that. So those are generally higher margin items. And it seems to me that makes kids want to go there again. If you're having the experiences digitally, then you also have for like little kids, like board games and stuff like that. I don't know exactly what the store looks like. I haven't been there. I don't live in Italy. It'd be cool to go one day. But if they do start to do more stores like that across Europe and the United States, I think it could be exciting and really draw in foot traffic. And what I want to see them do, getting into Web3, is vertically align their customer base, like in the stores online, and then people online in the stores. And like what I mean by that would be if you're playing an online game, like to get a certain item or a certain game early, you would have to visit a GameStop and buy a certain item, and then you would get a code on your receipt that would allow you to get an early access for something that they launched online. Or, if you're in the store and you're not familiar with GameStop Player when it launches, then there's a QR code where you can very easily sign up. So when you get home, like your account's already created just like that. So in doing that, I think GameStop Pro, which is now $25 per year instead of $15, so that also is a little bit more money for the company in the long run. You can continue to drive like foot traffic by having experiences and the $5 a month coupon with that. But then on top of it with GameStop Pro, if you can integrate it to what they're trying to do online, I think that could be big for sure, because everything online has to be like correlated to like the in-store experience or what they're known for, what people think when they think GameStop. For it to really work, in my opinion, like that's kind of my thought process on that, just really vertically aligning the digital business as well as the like physical stores and e-commerce, because I feel like they've vertically aligned, their customers, their shareholders, and those that work for the company. Their interests are vertically aligned, so now the customers have to be vertically aligned in a sense. That's kind of the next step I see. And having the right team in place can make that happen, but it's just a matter of making it happen, right? To the chat real quick. Yeah, only 1%. Yeah, DRS's last page actually. Oh, okay, good looks. Literally like the last page of this whole thing. This is crazy. Why is this 267 pages? I thought only the yearly one is usually like the 10K is only usually this many pages. Or did you mean maybe you meant of the 8K and I'm just missing it? Let's see. Is it here? No, based on a glance, I don't see it. But oh, transfer agent. Good looks. That's what it was. Used to have. Thank you. 75.4 million. In my opinion, this is fudged up number. At this point, the number is forced on GameStop to be reported like this by SEC. Yeah, I mean it's a weird thing, right? Like I go back and forth with it, and I was kind of saying before. At the end of the day, I think with it, like computer share and just directly registering your shares, everyone's going to do what's best for them as an individual. And some will choose to and some will not. And one time we saw it worded as Seed & Co. It's like, what was going on with that? The heat lamp theory. And the song and dance will continue to go on. That's what I've learned after all this time and just seen. And I think everyone kind of has that perspective. But I just mean it in the sense, like, I'm not too worried about it because it's like, I think the company's really driving forwards and going to succeed, and that's what it's about. And then everything else will bubble to the surface. That's strange, potentially going on within, right? Because if the company's succeeding anyway, driving forwards with profits, and then eventually repurchasing shares, other shareholder initiatives, just expanding the name in whatever way they choose to do so, whether it's all in Web3, a couple different things, we'll see. It's really just about like turning a profit consistently because that just gives them the opportunity to do all of that. And then if you're doing that and getting into new things and then delivering shareholder value, anything strange potentially going on behind the scenes just will bubble up to the surface. And it's like the icing on the cake, so to speak, because the investment itself will be doing good. But I'm going to pull this up here. Transfer agent, because I do want to see. Oh, they do have the Seed & Co. here this time. As of August 31st, 2023, there were approximately 305,241,294 shares of our Class A common stock outstanding. Of those outstanding shares, approximately 229.8 were held by Seed & Co. on behalf of the Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation, better known as the DTCC, or approximately 75% of our outstanding shares, and approximately 75.4 million shares of our Class A common stock were held by registered holders with our transfer agent, or approximately 25% of outstanding shares, as of the end of August 31st. It is weird though, because why are all the other numbers reported as of the end of Q2, but then this number is reported as of the end of August? And what was the volume? That would be heat lamp theory. So heat lamp theory is when there's demand, right? You fire up the heat lamp so you have the burgers ready. And if theoretically, this was the heat lamp, the last day in August, the day it was reported, you would have a lot of demand for shares within the DTC where then they could borrow from computer share, Seed & Co. can, because it would be in times of high demand. Like there's some fine print that says that, and that's like the whole book versus plan thing. For those of you who aren't familiar, I mean, definitely look into all that if you're not sure, like between book and plan. But basically the idea is that if your share's in plan, because it's a fractional share, it can still be borrowed by the DTC and in high times of high demand. So if there was large volume on the reporting date, it would just mean a bunch more shares would happen to be with Seed & Co, right? But then also there's just so much of the market we don't see and truly can't understand, not because any individual's not smart enough type of thing, but truly not able to see or fully understand because there's just so much that goes on behind the scenes and just data we don't have access to unless you're at a very high position at one of these like firms that just clears massive amounts of trades and things like that. So there's just lots of information that just isn't out there or just isn't really clear. Did I miss the earnings call? Gino, no earnings call. Hour and a half late, but Funko as a company is crapping the bed too. Dakota, I did hear that a little bit. And, something I've been thinking is the potential for an acquisition. It actually kind of helps if the market's not doing well, and generally these other companies' valuations are falling because it allows them to potentially acquire another company in a buyout for a lower price point because valuations have fallen. But at the same time, it has to be a company that can be integrated within GameStop and still be operationally profitable and have decent margins. Otherwise, what's the point with all they've gone through to work hard to improve their margins and just take the steps from within? LOL, he missed an non-existent earnings call hour and a half ago. Exactly, Gino. I mean, exactly, you, Steph. But it's all good. There's a GameStop Italy YouTube page. Oh, okay. Good look. Good looks. Ask why. Let me pull that up. And really, you guys are awesome for being here. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Look at this, 80 viewers right now. Wonderful. Damn, you gotta love that thumbnail, right? I had so many technical difficulties today. Oh my gosh. I had the desktop going and it was gonna be so good. It was so annoying. I had to get it on the laptop, but I'm gonna improve my desktop soon too. What was it? GameStop Italy. I want to see. I gotta ask Nathan from Florida. I know he had been there. I think he had some pictures. Leaks planned to save it. It's finally over. Oh my gosh, this guy is always posting hate on GameStop. He's the biggest bum. He's just salty because he used to work there. Like, what a bum. But GameStop browse with me 2022. Maybe pages or channels. Let's see. GameStop TV. Is this it? At GameStop Italia. So they're posting here and there. Oh, no copyrights. I don't want to get a whatever they call it, a strike. Okay, so they're posting some stuff. So this is like a reaction type of thing. Interesting. I mean, if anyone has any more information, I really think something else they can do is partner with a streamer, right? Like if they partnered with a guy like Dr. Disrespect, I think that would be awesome because he just has a lot of character and that would be like a pretty epic crossover of audiences because I think there's a lot of people who like GameStop that would then maybe go check him out. So it's beneficial for him. And then also his audience will potentially then shop GameStop and that would be like a huge expansion thing. But how exactly they do that, I don't know because you want to do it in a way where it's structured. If they could do it in a way where the creator would get shares, that would be crazy because they'd really have vested interest in the company succeeding. But I'm not sure what creator would want that type of thing. But if they could set it up in a way that's favorable to both sides and like based on maybe certain benchmarks, maybe something like that is even in the works. But in doing that, I think that's something that could take them down the path of becoming more of a technology company, being more online based because we're seeing them, really slimming down and now they do have to make some moves because, if you're operating more efficiently, but you're not like you still have to keep like adapting. They're operating more efficiently, but they still have to keep like seeking out the next steps, like the next product to add on their website, the next category of things they want to be involved with, the next steps for whatever they're doing behind the scenes with Web3, right? And that's what we don't know. But that's where, if you believe in the management team, that's like the difference between an average company and then a great company. And I think, tough times create strong leaders. And this is like a tough period for GameStop, so to speak. Although I would say it's not after reading this earnings report and things are turning around and they are executing on what they're saying in terms of cost cutting. But from the outside, it's like, okay, well, they've been turning around for a while now, right? Like, oh, everyone, like, to the average person is not really, really reading about what's going on, just looking from the outside from within, just checking out the earnings each time. They're saying, oh, well, they're still not turning a profit. Like, okay, sometimes now they're getting close, but like, are they really going to be able to consistently turn a profit? And to me, that's where actions speak louder than words. And I think they don't care about a conference call right now or saying what they're going to do because, like, you know what? We're just going to prove everyone wrong and turn a profit. And also, I think with just the amount of slander on Ryan Cohen's name, that him becoming CEO is partly like, fine, I'll do it myself type of vibe. Like, he's like, I'm going to put my boots on the ground and make this happen type of thing because I think he's capable. And what he did with Chewy was epic in terms of the fact that he just went up against Amazon, started the company from the ground up, didn't have any investors, sought out like 100+ investors before he got in touch with Larry Chang, using Volition Capital, who helped them raise capital, or basically Chewy raised capital with Volition. Like Volition funded their capital raises to grow their business. And then when Chewy went public, like Volition benefited very nicely. Hence Larry Chang. Larry Chang was the one that met Ryan Cohen and the one that chose to invest in Ryan Cohen with Chewy, even though everyone else was doubting him. And now, it's a different situation with GameStop, but you still have Larry Chang by his side and a couple of the other former Chewy executives. So you have that same core team. And with Chewy, right? Like they didn't have anything to prove. Like, of course they had it to prove. Like they're trying to make it happen, and that's like their business and what they're doing day to day. So of course they had something to prove, but there wasn't like a spotlight like there is now with GameStop, and just constant like either people who love it or just will love to hate on it, right? So with Making of a Meme King, like if you look up the CNBC documentary Making of a Meme King, you could watch it if you'd like. That's fine, but to be honest, you're just gonna be wasting an hour of your life. It's just a story written about how Ryan Cohen gets the status of meme king. People make memes about him online and love him. And it's funny, in it, they do show a lot of people I follow on Twitter's like random tweets about him. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like that would have been hilarious if my tweet was in there, like on the CNBC thing. But it wasn't, but it doesn't matter. Basically, they paint this whole picture that he's just so loved, everyone just follows him. It's like a cult. They kind of try and paint that picture, and then and then he gets involved in Bed Bath, and then he does a rug pull. Like that's how they started all like cheerful. And then they like in the second half they turn into doom and gloom, saying like, oh yeah, like he didn't respond for comment, but he did rug pull all the BBY shareholders and stuff like that. But to me, it was a matter of he had a plan, he had a perspective how they could go about things. Management didn't agree. He didn't have enough influence to make it happen. So he's like, okay, I don't want to be involved with this company. And then evidently, look what happened. And evidently, what they did, whatever their plans were, whatever they executed on without him, didn't work because now they're bankrupt and literally about to be delisted. So, yeah. Complete tangent there, but all good. Oh, I don't know, my nose is so itchy. Mad annoying. But some no earnings call today. Yeah, everyone's coming in like, where's their earnings call? By the way, shop GameStop, engage with them on X and in other ways. Yeah, exactly, Freshmaker. You got it right, man. Absolutely. It's all about, supporting the company, or what's that tweet Ryan Cohen had where it's like, ask not what your company can do for you, but what you can do for your company. There's a couple different interpretations of that, but I really think the small things, like always liking GameStop's tweets, and when you have something to say, or like they ask like this, or this, just respond to it, because engagement, expands the reach they have in the posts they make. So it actually is helping them expand, and people say, oh, well, that's so silly or whatever. But if you like the stock anyway and you like the company, like, why would you not do that? Like, it doesn't hurt you as an individual in any way, or it can only help, right? It can't hurt. But it's not like, oh yeah, we have to all do this collectively to make this happen, and this is the only way GameStop gets big. I'm not saying that, but it's the small things that count, And then also, if you are invested in the company, wouldn't you want to shop products from the company you're invested in? Like if you're invested in Pepsi, do you really want to be buying Coke? It's that kind of concept. Like if I'm in the market to get a game console, right? Let's say I want to get a Switch. Like I've thought about it, but also I'm trying to get a PC, so don't think I'm going to get one right now. But if I'm like, all right, if I'm going to get a Switch, I'm definitely going to buy it at GameStop. And then when I want games, I'm going to buy it at GameStop. And then even when I need batteries, like if I'm ordering products online, you can get batteries that are really GameStop branded. Like sometimes I'm ordering stuff, I'm just short to get the free shipping, so I just add some AA batteries in my cart. At some point or another, I'll need batteries anyway. You can never go wrong with having them. And then why not get GameStop branded batteries? It's not that it's like, again, like gonna do something wild for them or just gonna do wonders and just make the revenue explode, but it really is the small things. That's what I'm trying to say. And when you have so many individuals that do like the company and have connection to the brand like that, I think a lot of small things add up, and a lot of the small actions by individuals add up like that. So we'll love for them to buy back shares soon. Connor Nee, I think it could be coming sooner than later, because the cumulative EPS now is about 17 cents, but for the 6 months ended for the first 2 quarters. Sorry, 17 cents negative. Net loss of 53 million. So if Q3 is just slightly positive and they're anticipating a profit in Q4, maybe we see them initiate a share repurchase plan, or they structure a share repurchase plan, because they usually say, okay, we're planning to repurchase up to like X amount of dollars per share. So X amount of dollars of shares of our common stock but it's not that it's necessarily done instantaneously. Just the same way today, AMC offered or came out and said we're preparing to sell up to 40 million new shares. The craziest part about the drop today is it's not even that they necessarily already sold these shares into the public and that's why this drop happened. It was like the market's reaction to the news. So now imagine they actually continue to sell shares after this already and after everything that's happened to them this year and this, oh my gosh, it's crazy. It's crazy. So it's kind of the reverse situation where AMC is issuing shares. We're talking with GameStop the potential for future purchasing shares back. And in doing that, the reason I think maybe Q3, I think more so it'd be probably Q4 when they're consistently turning a profit, potentially. But if you see a spot where you're not at the necessary market cap to make the S&P, but you want to push towards it, you start repurchasing shares to push the price towards the eligibility market cap of what it needs to be. I'm not exactly sure, but the market cap, I think we said before, has to be about 8.5 billion. So if it has to be 8.5 billion, right now it's at 5.71. It'll be a little bit higher tomorrow when the market opens, probably closer to 6, but obviously it depends exactly where the market opens. So if you turn a slight profit in Q3, maybe you're GameStop and you're like, you know what, I returned a slight profit. We're expecting to do a pretty hefty profit in the next quarter. And since that's the case, let's start repurchasing shares now, because if we turn a profit in the next quarter, we want to make sure we have the market cap and then be S&P eligible. And then also turning a big profit in Q4 could also be bullish for the stock, and then they're repurchasing shares at a higher price point than before. And I would imagine in terms of repurchasing shares, a price point they may be eyeing, and who's to say it's not sooner than later, right? I think theoretically they come out with it at any point. I'm not sure the exact technical implications behind that. Like if they could just randomly come out and say, okay, we're preparing to do a share like buyback, or it would be next quarter. But I would think it's possible next quarter because, again, the potential for the S&P. But I had one more thing to say. It's totally slipped my mind now. But yeah, when they actually do, we'll see what happens, right? But I think it will be impactful because there's so many individuals that hold shares and there's so many insiders that hold shares. Oh, that's what I was going to say. So there's so many insiders that hold shares, like percentage-wise, relative to other companies. So insider ownership is almost like 15%. Ryan Cohen alone is like 12%. And where we've seen insider buys is the like very low 20s and surprisingly not even in the teens. But where I'm going with this is if you're going to repurchase shares and you're the company, you're probably going to repurchase shares around the price and lower of where executives are purchasing shares, because those same individuals that are being that are purchasing shares, like such as Larry Chang has or Ryan Cohen, they're the kind of guys that are making the decision to actually like initiate the share repurchase. So I would imagine they're trying to repurchase shares around this price and in the low 20s. They don't want to wind up in a situation where, excuse me, they're repurchasing shares in the high 20s and 30s where they could have repurchased in the teens and low 20s. But also, maybe the cash is going to be for something else. Maybe they want to do this or that a little bit sooner. I don't know. I'm definitely getting burnt out, but all just off the dome here. Yeah, I'd love for them to buy back shares soon, though. Like sooner than later. It would be a great shareholder initiative. GameStop movie comes out in a few weeks. I hope it pumps from now till then. My 18.75 call option expires in January. Get back to the F, or I don't know, but sorry, I can't even read names anymore. I'll just call you G. But yeah, G, I hope your option does well. For me personally, I'm not messing with options at this point in time. Just a buy and hold kind of guy with shares. So I do wish everyone the best, though, that's involved with options. And also, for those that are kind of curious and maybe want to dabble in it, you can look into selling options, particularly selling puts when you're bullish on something, because right now, if you sell a put, you have underlying cash to secure the sale of the put. Like, look into what all that means. But basically, you can earn the premium for selling the option. So instead of paying the premium for buying the option, you can make the premium from selling the option. And on top of it, your underlying cash could earn like 5+% in a money market account in a brokerage. So it's kind of like a double whammy. But don't get killed by data decay, but I think you're good on that one. Yeah, exactly. Good point, Dakota. Tetron, keep doing what you do. Thank you, Farrell. Thank you so much. Appreciate you for being here and appreciate the kind words. If they get the mutable thing off the ground, maybe they could offer that instead of shares. Possibly, Dakota, possibly. Good point, bro. I myself, it pumps to 23, $25. Can't get greedy out here. Yeah, exactly. You gotta do what's best for you always. And when you are trading, and I think that's what options are. It's not options aren't investing. Options are trade. Whereas when you just buy and hold shares and you have a really long term viewpoint, to me that's pure investing. With an option, it's a trade, so you got to have like a game plan for it, right? Like an exit point. Whereas when I think you're invested in something, like yeah, you can choose an exit point you want to have as a target, but you can more so keep a general, just long term perspective. Like okay, I don't need to pick a point I want to leave because I'm trying to ride this wave for the long term. Whereas with an option, you're like okay, like I'm trying to ride this wave and then hop out because there's time decay and there's an expiry date on this. Calls be printing. Yeah, Scott, I'm sure it will be for some people. The only thing is, I heard that the options chain was pricing in like a 12+% move for GameStop. Maybe it was even 13 or 14%. So the only thing is, if people were anticipating that, or the options chain was anticipating that, and it doesn't have that big of a move tomorrow, then we might be in a spot where options are kind of crushed on both sides for shorter date at least. But again, I haven't had options for a while, so take what I'm saying about that a grain of salt. But if the stock price continues to rise tomorrow, I think calls will be printed. And also, it depends when you buy the option, when you bought it going in, like what actually happens tomorrow. Like, there's a lot to be determined. Holidays are coming up. GameStop gift cards. Oh, indeed, Dakota. You already know the vibes. It's the best gift. Everybody, I know getting GameStop gift cards for their. Everybody I know is probably getting GameStop gift cards for their birthday and holidays. This is the way, Scott. I really don't think I have a connection to any other company more than GameStop. Maybe Jack Daniels now, but that's a never thing, a newer thing. Yeah, that makes sense, Dakota. That's funny. Yeah, I feel like yeah, I don't have like a particular like alcohol that I'm like really like oh I love this one. Like I'm still, I'll be honest with you, like the young age where I'm kind of just like drink a lot of beer. Like I've moved away from hard alcohol, like do like shots and this and that, but I'm like that's too much. Like I'd rather just drink a ton of beer and get way too full before I could get way too drunk. You know what I mean? So. But yeah, so I don't have the connection like that. But yeah, I feel the connection with GameStop because obviously I love the stock and money and just the concepts of everything going on within it and talking about it and covering it. And then also I love the brand. There's just such great nostalgia from when I was buying my Wii games and my GameCube games back in the day from when I was younger. Like that's what I was playing growing up. And even to this day now sometimes like I want to try and set this up as a stream one time. I think it'd be awesome with some friends, but I don't know, I have to figure it out and see if they want to do it on stream. But just have some beers and like this is what we do though. Like if there's a night where nothing's going on, like all right, we don't want to go out and spend money. Let's just get a couple cases of beers and play some Mario Kart or just play a Mario Party game and then modify it where you just like drink throughout, or like if this happens, then take a drink, and just make all kinds of fun rules. And it's like we're playing games that are nostalgic to us, and then we're also just hanging out, having beers, and just wind up ordering a pizza and chilling. And all in all, you just don't spend even remotely close what you would have spent going to a bar. So that's kind of like one of my favorite vibes. So it's kind of funny, it's come full circle where I would go to GameStop and like be buying GameCube games and Wii games and the consoles at the time. And full circle now, I'm still playing them to this day on occasion. Like I'm not gaming on the Wii every single night, obviously, but playing on occasion and still talking about GameStop like on a consistent basis. So kind of funny how life comes like full circle in ways like that sometimes. Tomorrow should go up even more, right? Yeah, potentially, howdy, potentially. The truth is with the market, you never know in the short term, right? There's always going to be ups, down, left, right, circles. It's like kind of how Wolf of Wall Street puts it. Matthew McConaughey in the beginning. It's like you always want. What's the name of the game? Keep them bringing their money in. It's going crazy. It's a fugazi. It's fugazi. It's a wazi. It's a woozy. It's a like that type of thing. So to me, that means short term you can never truly know. There's always going to be some greater powers that be at times. But looking at the earnings and the fact they beat analyst estimates and it was just significant improvement from the same quarter of last year, I think it's very reasonable for it to be more green tomorrow. But again, we'll see what the market brings and what volatility brings. But I think there will be volatility in some shape or form. Well, we up over 97% earnings for the year on quarter two, and they're still allowed to continue this crime because they have no other choice, trapped until they get blown and forced out. Jay, it may appear that way. It may seem that way. And it is what it is, right? Like to me, as long as the company continues to succeed, everything naturally just bubbles to the surface. And in driving forwards and just taking things step by step and just operating as a successful company, anybody betting against the company, it's going to suck for them. It's going to suck for them. That's just the bottom line. If they drive forwards and focus on shareholder initiatives and just being successful. That's really what it comes down to for me. But should, exactly. Exactly, Freshmaker. What's an exit point? Haha, memories. Yeah, for real, Utsav. Yeah, or is it Utsav? Utsav. Okay, my bad. I'm probably saying it wrong. Dude, I'm the worst with name guys. I'm so sorry. Sometimes I'd be butchering names like so bad. It's terrible. Yes, Ryan Cohen should single boost Dr. Disrespect, the pedophile Sam. Damn, I didn't know he's like that, but Fast Like a Bear Fitness, thank you for being here. Yeah, or any, I mean, that's just a random example. The only reason I use Dr. Disrespect is because I seen him like mention or indicate like belief in Web3, and there's not a lot of streamers that I've seen do that, so that's kind of the reason I've just used him as an example for that. But there's definitely, I think, smaller names out there that could be potentially good, and also maybe you want to do a smaller name because you don't want to have to do like a multi-million-dollar brand deal. You know, that carries like a lot more risk, and what if something doesn't work out and this and that. Like, I don't want them to be too involved, right? I think there's potential with streamers and creators, but not like massive deals such as like Twitch giving out like huge deals, or YouTube giving out deals to like streamers to come to the platform, and Rumble and whatever kicks out there now, or whatever it is. It's all sideways until it's the moon. Exactly. Damn, Starfield PC sold out at GameStop Germany website, PC version. That's good. That's a good sign. I've heard mixed things about Starfield. At first, I thought I was hearing it was good, and then I watched, like, you guys know Penguin Z0. He's been around forever, so I just think he's hilarious, like how he says stuff. He's like, "All right, guys," but he was saying, like, I hate to break it to you, but my opinion's like, he's just like something more valuable than gold. My opinion that Starfield is not that good, or something like that. But this version. S&P dividends and full profitability coming. They're going to completely blown out. Yes, it's inevitable. TikTok, exactly. Step by step. Gronk stocks. GameStop sponsors over the counter. Oh yeah, I think I did hear that they do sponsors, and like I think a couple people that I see in my Twitter feed and stuff like that have like actual like an affiliate relationship with GameStop. Maybe they could do more stuff like that as well. And let's see. Let's see what the press says. GameStop stock jumps. Earnings show the original meme stock isn't dead yet. GameStop narrows Q2 loss as costs drop. GameStop stock rises after sales losses beat estimates in the latest quarter. GameStop beats quarterly revenue estimates on strong video game demand. Yeah, that's right. GameStop discloses second quarter 2023 results. And then some other random stuff prior, but not too negative. In the company's first results since its CEO departed, GameStop reports that its loss narrowed. So, of course, the opening sentence is still negative. In the company's first results since the CEO departed. Oh, yeah, now let's talk about the numbers. GameStop narrows Q2 loss as costs drop. GameStop reported a slight increase in sales and narrow loss for the second quarter. See, slight increase, which is true, but it's still like, to me, it's all written in a certain type of way, right? And I wonder what these other names did. I bet their reports weren't as good as GameStop. Starfield, like any other Bethesda game, is riddled with bugs. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. Like a lot of games that come out right away, they have bugs, but it makes sense because it's relatively new and like so many eyes on it. But I do still want to play, honestly. I still want to try it. While they aren't even trying to make their earnings sound terrible like usual, they can't call it meme stock. Yeah, that's a good point, Dakota. It's not too bad with their language. It's still, slightly negative like that, but this really looks like a decoupling day from AMC. I mean, yeah, AMC could run tomorrow if GameStop's doing well. Let's say GameStop runs with 10%. AMC could randomly just pop 15%. But if you zoom out and look at AMC over the past like couple months, and then zoom out and look at GME over the past couple months, you'll see like a completely different scenario. So yeah, they could still kind of run together, but to me, the decoupling's already really started. And then BBBYQ is about to be off the market. So the meme stocks are really falling apart, right? And I really don't believe GameStop's a meme stock. And by the way, this name, Express, which was thrown in there, they reported earnings today too. Let's see what they did. Not moving much. But they just did a reverse stock split recently. Mullen did another reverse stock split. They've done like a gazillion. Marantz has been covering that situation well. It's actually crazy. And then Mullen tries to say like, oh, those brokerages are screwing with our shares, and they sue, and they try and just like feed on that narrative. They just grift off that. But the reality is they've just diluted like crazy and just done an insane amount of reverse splits. And paid ridiculous compensation to the executives. So all the other situations and names out there that are the meme stocks just have like strange things going on surrounding them. Unfortunately, like it's not that people say this like, "Oh, why do you think that?" It's not that I want to think that. It's just what I see happening, type of thing. And definitely, BBYQ is not doing well. AMC already did its 10-for-1 conversion baloney with Ape, which Ape was literally a thing created by Goldman Sachs. It got leaked, or I forgot exactly where I saw it, where basically it was an idea like Project Ape to just, grift off the apes, like, oh yeah, like we'll give you a dividend of another share of AMC in the form of Ape, and they made it sound like this great fancy thing, and then the actual conversion happens, and look what happens to shareholders. And then also remember when Trade Trades tweeted, I remember this tweet, Ape is the solution, not the problem, don't complicate it. It's like, where are you now, Trey? Where are you now? And like, why, how could you say that? Like that, what is the logic behind that statement? Like, it's crazy. Oh my gosh, yeah, it's actually crazy. And it's unfortunate because, I was saying this before, but I'll say it one more time. Like, people that get screwed on AMC just from getting caught up, like, following the wrong people, like, yeah, it's on to them. It's on them, and I think it's a learning experience, and you have to get a learning experience if you go through something like that. But there's some people that might be like, nope, I'm never investing again. Like, I'm never putting my money in anything again. Look what happened when I got involved in that AMC thing. And then also, in the average person's mind, it just makes them dismiss like GameStop because it's just, oh yeah, GameStop's gonna wind up being like AMC and Bed Bath, and that's why to me those articles are always written like those type of headlines where it's like, oh, is GameStop gonna be like Bed Bath next and going bankrupt? It's like stuff like that where it's like, what's the logic behind that? They have so much cash, like they're just getting to profitability now. Like you're just saying that, and like it's just being said for the sake of saying it. It seems like, and just for like feeding into like the misconception, because strange thing about humans is like if we hear something enough, we start to almost believe it. Just even like 2 plus 2 is 17, 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 2 plus 2. And if someone's like, yo, what's 2 plus 2? I'd be like 17. Oh wait, no, what? And it's like you literally know, but you start to just psychologically be tricked. And if it's just consistent, like you just like yeah, 2 plus 2 is 17. Why would I double check my math? I've just been doing it for so long. Why would I double check the numbers of GameStop? Because for so long they've been bad, and like it's been basically the same situation as AMC. Like that's to me like the psychological kind of tricks, kind of sort of. But all this to me is very subtle, and again, it all just comes down to like the company actually succeeding and like how do they actually deliver. But let's see, some stocks should be shorted because they are ran by crooks. Yeah, kind of unfortunately, but true. The Ape thing was 100% to get around getting voted on no on dilution, but they still wanted a dividend, so they got diluted share as a dividend. Yeah, and you gotta love how Adam Aaron is literally like, oh yeah, dilution is good for the company. It's helping us raise capital and survive. Look what happened to Cinemark, or look what he said in his letter to shareholders, basically saying like we have to dilute. In it, it was hilarious. The professor tweeted, I don't know if you know that guy on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, Rare Adam Aaron W. And he's like, he just dunked on BBBY shareholders because he's like, for example, take what happened to BBBYQ. We don't want to be in that situation. We have to dilute. Dilution's good for staying alive. Like, that's basically what he's saying. And it's like, that's your comparison? Like, come on. Crazy. Why does this keep playing every time I scroll down? But yeah, and this price target, the Wedbush guy, what does he say? Like price target's like $6, and like cash and cash equivalents and marketable securities per share is still pretty high, even though there's been a slight decrease overall. But what do I want to calculate here? So here's what we do. We do 894.7 of cash plus exactly 300 million of marketable securities. So that's about 1.2 billion of cash equivalents, and marketable securities combined. And with that, we could go to shares outstanding, 304.8, and then divide it by 304.8. Whoa. So as of the end of the quarter, they have $3 and about 90. I'll round up to 92 cents. So $3.92 of cash equivalents, and marketable securities per share. Which to me, marketable securities are just an extended cash equivalent because the only difference between them and a cash equivalent is that they mature within 12 months. It's just more than 3, but less than 12, whereas cash equivalent by definition is just less than 3 months. So just as a extra piece of information here, cash equivalents, and marketable securities. And eventually, guys, in the future, all of this, I want to get it out there so it's like digestible for you guys as individuals, like being able to read it and just like make it like open source, so to speak, and then people can like comment on it and stuff. I don't know. I have to get my technical side of everything down because I feel like I have good ideas and like things are going all right with everything I'm doing, but the big thing is like I need like a team around me, and not like it has to be like that serious of a team, but I need to be like executing efficiently. As GameStop's operating more efficiently, Tetron has to operate more efficiently as well. That's what I'm realizing. So it is $1,194,000,000 or a total of $3.92 per share. So that's pretty good equity for just shares. And the fact that they have such limited debt, that could be dismissed by saying like, oh, well, if you factor in the debt per share, then it's not actually as much. But with the share price at, let's say $20 right now, flat exactly as of this moment in time, $3.92 per share is just under 20% of the share price is actually accounted for in cash on their balance sheet, which I just think is pretty remarkable. And there's not a lot of other companies like that out there. That's just the bottom line. And in turning profitable, that becomes like extremely like even more impressive if you're turning a profit, because it's like, oh yeah, well, they're still losing money, so who cares? That's what the naysayers are saying. But in turning a profit, it's like, okay, well, they're going to be able to raise that cash pile, or going to use that cash pile for initiating shareholder initiatives such as repurchasing shares. Brian Cohen had 2 kids since 2019. He built Chewy for his dog. I wonder what company he'll do for his babies. Gronk Stocks, thanks for being here. I think possibly Teddy. There's some speculation that maybe Teddy will be involved with GameStop one way or another eventually, but I'll be very clear. I don't think there's going to be a super, triple, quadra, mega super merger with Carl Icahn, Teddy, Bed Bath, and GameStop, and Toys R Us, and Blockbuster, this and that people talk about. It's not going to be that, but maybe it's a situation where Teddy's involved in some shape or form, and maybe that is the company he's building for his kids. So also, I think maybe you have more kids products on the GameStop website, just as another category to be involved with. Or maybe eventually, Teddy launches more products, there's something in the works, and then there's a Teddy / GameStop like collaboration / partnership, and there's more of their products on the GameStop website being sold to GameStop for like a wholesale price type of thing. And then Teddy becomes like a manufacturer that works with GameStop type of thing. I don't know. I think it's also possibly none of that, and then it's just books. So it's all speculative at this point, but not a triple, super, quadra, mega merger. The Teddy thing from Cohen is at least interesting. Wonder where that's going to end up. You think Bye Bye Baby thing has legs? Sorry, we've ran through the financials enough. I'm going full game theory. No, you're good, Dakota. Yeah, I think we have honestly too, and I'm pretty burnt out. So remember doctor's orders when you all are sleeping, please make sure you sleep with one thumb in your mouth and one in your ass, then switch occasionally. That's all I got. Okay, Ultra, you make sure you're doing that. You sound like the doctor that's prescribing that medicine, so it's probably all you. Apple's cash on hand right now might be the lowest percentage of market cap. Let me see. Let's check out Apple's real quick. But damn, this has been going for a minute. It's actually crazy. You guys are awesome for being here, for real. Damn, look at this. This is how GameStop stock's got to be tomorrow, right? Just so crazy. But I'm curious what. Damn, almost 4 hours now. That's actually crazy, for real. For real. I appreciate you guys so much. That would be an insert ad? Nah, I'm good. We don't have to insert an ad. Whoop. Where am I? Okay, we're gonna look at Apple's cash. Yo, why is my nose so itchy? I don't know if it's like, it's so weird. It's something that only happens to me when I'm streaming. Like every once in a while, like the bridge of my nose gets itchy. Like I don't know why. Is it like a nervous thing or something? So random. Cash on hand, damn, only 62 billion. It's only 262 billion. I had to laugh as soon as I said that. But relative to a $3 billion market cap, it's not that much. And also, I feel like I remember in the past Apple having more cash on hand. I mean, they have just insane cash flow though. Like their cash flow is just nuts. But it's also crazy to look at like a name like Amazon. You know, what a lot of people don't realize about Amazon, you know, maybe some of you guys watching this know this, but a lot of like average people don't realize that how Amazon makes a majority of its net income is Amazon Web Services. They actually don't even make most of their income, their net income rather, from, you know, their actual delivery services because the cost of goods and like the cost of sales and just upkeep of having like 1 day delivery constantly to everybody is extremely expensive. And with that, they're not actually really turning like, yeah, they're able to consistently raise revenue, but the bottom line, like the net income, is like very minimal. So where they see very large margins is Amazon Web Services. So it's kind of crazy to think about that. So much of like everyone thinks Amazon, you know, everything to your door, but that's how they barely make a net profit. Most of their net profit, last I checked, you know, correct me if I'm wrong in some way, is coming from Amazon Web Services, and it's like kind of crazy. Like that's really where it's at with them. And then also same deal with them. They have about the same as much cash as Apple, but they have more debt. I mean, their market cap's lower, but they have more debt, and then also they have less cash flow. And again, from what I understand, most of the cash flow is coming from Amazon Web Services. So let's see. Apple's cash, yeah. At least the sun isn't in your eyes anymore. Yeah, exactly, Dakota, exactly. As time has gone on, the sun's gone down here. It's the money flowing in Noah. You itchy nose, I mean. Yeah, that's what it is. Ooh, it's the money. The money's coming. But yeah, I don't know why. Too much coffee or too much hype. That must be what it is, honestly. Yeah, I really wish I had it going on my laptop because I'm sorry, on my desktop because I would have translated this to like finish off the stream with a game of League, but it would not run on this laptop. And I'm trash at League. It should have been funny to watch me raging, to be honest with you guys. But you know, really now, with it being late in the after hours, you know, it's been digested by the market. There's no earnings call. It's just sitting at 20 at this moment in time. It just becomes like, what's the price action going to be tomorrow? I think there'll be a little bit of volatility off the bat. Either it'll be like a little, like it'll be volatile right at the beginning, and then it'll kind of just flatline, maybe trail off down or up one way or the other. Or, you know, we won't see much volatility initially, and then it'll just be like a volatile day as a whole. But that's just a very rough prediction. We'll have to see. So, yeah, I think I'll wrap it up here, though, to be honest with you guys. I'm getting pretty burnt out. We're almost at the 4 hour mark. If you guys also want to follow me on X, I've been writing more stuff on there. I was almost going to like emergency stream tonight on here. So not emergency stream, but when I couldn't get my desktop working, I'm like, should I just stream to Twitter? But I was like, nah, like YouTube is my bread and butter. So like I can't just randomly stream on Twitter. But I was almost going to stream on Twitter at the same time. But you know, so much has happened today with, you know, GameStop's earnings, and in the morning I was trying to do some other stuff. I was originally trying to do like talking GME and baking breakfast stream, but like IRL, but I could not make that happen. I don't, again, didn't have the technical capabilities or like game plan for it. And then the desktop, I spent all this time like setting up OBS. Like normally I don't use this desktop, and because it's an old computer, it like wouldn't stream to YouTube. Literally, the graphics card said it was too old. It says it had to be updated or something, and I was like, oh my gosh. So it's all right. It's growing pains at Tetron. You know, GameStop's improving brick by brick, and so am I. But been a blast at Tetron Invest. Appreciate you. Thank you, Dakota. Thanks for being here. That was good to have you in the chat. You know, hope to see you at a future stream. I'm usually live Monday and Wednesday night. For those of you that don't know, usually start about 7:15. Just talk the latest to GameStop and some other macroeconomic things. You know, just things going on as a whole. So obviously, you know, to finish off here, my net income estimate was wrong. My revenue estimate hit on the bottom part of it, or the bottom end of the range I provided. And then SG&A, lower than I could have even imagined, 322 million, incredible. And I had said over here, literally in the hour leading up to the earnings release, that it'd be ideal to see 27.7% of revenue come in as SG&A, and then I threw down the number 327. So it actually came at 322.5, but it was 27.7% of revenue as anticipated, which is kind of crazy. I didn't expect that number to be accurate. But hey, I got some of the prediction right, good part of it wrong, but all in all, I'm happy because it was improvement year over year. They're just at the edge of profitability. They're evidently cutting costs. So they're doing what they're saying they're doing, because they talk about in the business priorities in the previous quarter. I was constantly highlighting how they're focusing on cutting SG&A as like a primary focus and just operating more efficiently and nimbly, as they put it. And I do want to quickly, as the very, very last thing, go through business priorities here and see if the language has changed. But I'll go through this more in the future, so don't worry. But seeing them actually execute on the business priorities is huge to me, because you can talk all you want, right? And GameStop doesn't talk much. They're really not even doing an earnings call, but they could have business priorities here, but unless they actually execute on the priorities, it's all just writing on paper, right? So the initial phase of GameStop's transformation largely occurred over the course of 2021 and the first half of 2022. This period was primarily focused on rebuilding the company's decaying infrastructure and strengthening GameStop's value proposition, including investing in the company's enterprise systems, technology capabilities, store leaders and associates, and product catalog and offerings. GameStop entered a new phase of its transformation during the second half of 2022. As a result, GameStop is focused on three overarching goals: establishing omnichannel retail experience, achieving profitability, and leveraging brand equity to support growth. So far, this sounds exactly like what I read in Q1. So it just tells me I'm just continuing to operate on it. But let's see if the bullet points are slightly different. And in the next stream I do, or one of the next streams, I'll put this side by side with the previous business priorities. Or if you're curious right now, go on the business priorities from the Q1 report and see how it's changed a little bit. And then also, I think it's always good to look like 1 year ago. So if you look at the Q2 2022 business priorities, it was different language than what we're seeing now. So we're taking the following steps with significant emphasis on cost containment, improving margins through operational discipline, and increased emphasis on higher margin collectibles and pre-owned product categories. Kind of mentioned it before, and I expect them to continue to do that. And like I said too, collectibles weren't even doing that well this quarter. It was a decline versus 2022 for both Q1 and Q2. So if we can see that start to improve again, and they maintain the hardware sales, that's a really great sign. And software sales too, obviously everything across the board, but ensuring the company's cost structure is sustainable relative to revenue. And that's where the percentages really come into play, looking at the percentage of SG&A going down as a percentage of revenue. So even if revenue's, still fluctuating a little bit and just kind of flat at this moment in time, if the percentage of revenue that is SG&A is continuing to decline and SG&A is continuing to decline, that's great steps in the right direction, in my opinion. And that's what that means to me. So predominantly increasing the size of our addressable market by growing our product catalog across PC gaming, collectibles, consumer electronics, toys, and augmented reality, virtual reality, and other categories that represent natural extensions of our business. So maybe, hopefully, that means more products like the 2 terabyte drive, where it's GameStop branded and they're just putting it out there and just creating more products in-house with their own brand name. And also, again, I'd love for them to drop more merchandise. GameStop, if anyone from GameStop's listening, we need more merch. Sustaining a superior customer experience supported by a seamless in-store and e-commerce experience with speed delivery to our customers. I think that's just a given in a busy, fast day and age we live in. And finally, as part of our efforts to achieve sustained profitability, we continue to evaluate our portfolio of assets to validate their strategic and financial fit and to eliminate redundancies. During the first quarter of fiscal 2023, we began the process of exiting our operations in Ireland, with all stores in the region closing in the second quarter of fiscal 2023. While we expect our cost containment efforts to yield reductions in SG&A expenses in the long term, we have incurred and may continue to incur, so next couple quarters we may still see it, severance and other non-restructuring costs or non-reoccurring costs related to the efforts in the short term. So SG&A saw significant improvement, and that's without some of these one-time costs not even being subtracted yet. So this party's still getting started. I think there's still a long journey ahead. I love the stock. I'm very happy with the report today as a whole. It's improvement year over year, and they just got to keep building brick by brick, and we'll see what's next, right? Thank you guys so much for watching. Next live stream will be probably Monday night, but I'm going to try and put out a couple videos over the next few days. So thanks again, guys. Take care. See chat one more time. So go. Oh yeah, chat's way back here because my side device literally died. But oh man, what a day! What a day! Went through a lot today. Technical difficulties, some ups, some downs, and overall, pretty good report, right? So hope everyone has a good night.